Incredible. And you know what? Here, I'm gonna show you the one picture you need to see to understand why this mini zine is great. I'm gonna bring it up to the camera. That's all you need to know. That's all I need to know to donate $15 to possibly win this set of zines. They're beautiful. You should want them. I want them, but I can't have them. Now, from our friend Vats of Goop, we have not only one, but two beautiful prints with a holographic finish. You can kind of see it dancing in the light there. From the game, featuring several characters. It's a $20 minimum donation, but you get both of them together. They come framed. They're absolutely beautiful. Huge shout outs to Vats of Goop for sending us these. I love them. I'd love to hang them on my wall for sure. And of course, I cannot forget an amazing prize that comes to us by way of our friends over at Fangamer. Fangamer has actually sent us a copy of the collector's edition of Hollow Knight. And right here we have the collector's edition for Switch, and I know what you're saying at home already. Saying, I don't own a Nintendo Switch. Well, don't worry, because we also have a PS4 copy and a PC copy, and the winner's going to get to choose which one they want. It comes with all kinds of really cool stuff. I believe there's a mini brooch in there, as well as a hand-drawn map of the Hollow Knight world. Super cool stuff. $15 minimum donation. Again, everything I just talked about, you need to donate between now and the end of Alien Isolation coming up pretty soon here. So make sure to get those donations in. And of course, $200 cumulatively throughout the event gets you entered into our grand prize, an amazing custom replica from our friends over at Heroic Replicas. But for now, get those donations in for all of that amazing Hollow Knight stuff and all of the other amazing prizes we have that you can see by heading over to GamesDoneQuick.com and checking out the tracker. It's going to have all the information you need on upcoming speedruns, on upcoming incentives you can put your donations towards, and upcoming prizes you can win with those donations. But for now, let's all get excited. Let's all get ready. You all donated for it. We're going to see Ori and the Will of the Wisps any percent run. I'm hype. I hope you are too.
And we're back. Once again, this is Summer Games Done Quick 2020 online. Want to get in just a couple more donations here. Still getting some love in for that Hollow Knight race. I've got
Just
$25 here from Anonymous. GG to the Hollow Knight runners. I've also got a donation here from Blue Daybreak 52 for $250. Was too late to donate to get Ori into the event, so I'll donate now in celebration. It is in the event. It is definitely in the event, and it would not be here without all of your efforts. And with that, I think we are good to go ahead. Let's head over to Sikinar.
Am I like, cool. Hello, my name is Sikinar, and I'm joined by Scarfelt.
How are you doing, Scarfelt?
And this is Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Ori 2, if you will. And yeah, any percent no out of bounds. I'll go ahead and get started. So I can do a countdown. In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so right at the start, we're just going to skip the prologue, which is like the introductory sequence, and then I'm going to quit to the main menu like immediately. The reason I do that is because then there's another cutscene that is skipped if you just kind of save and quit.
Yeah, typically we actually do a lot of those in the normal run, but in a marathon setting, it doesn't actually save that much time to do in real time, so we're not going to be doing that many quit to menus if at all possible.
Yeah, only the ones that save like, upwards of like 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Right now, because this is a Metroidvania, we do start out, per tradition without like any abilities or anything, just kind of jump in. And we are going to take advantage of the fact that there's a lot of like little money drops, lying around. The currency in this game is called Spirit Light. It's that little number in the top right corner.
Yeah, we need to get...
I did the thing.
You did the thing, yeah. That's a little corner base. It's pretty hard to do. You can't really do it consistently. It saves like half a second, but every time we get it, we're like, oh!
Yeah. Yeah, it's really hype.
Yeah.
So we did just pick up our first item here.
Yeah, the
torch. Which is a torch. Yeah, it's like a combat item. It has a couple interesting kind of broken mechanics to it. There's like a hover you can do with it.
Yeah, that'll be coming up in a little bit here. just after we kill this enemy.
Because we're supposed to go down there,
Yeah,
but instead we can just hover right over like that.
yeah, you can just spam up slashes and it's fine. And then you're meant to grab onto this blue moss here at the top to go up and over, but we can't do that with the torch, so we have to do that kind of finicky jump, but Sticky makes it look easy first time.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. First try.
Yeah,
It's very nice when that happens.
yeah. Do you want to talk about keystones?
Yeah, so I just picked up a thing called the Keystone, and I'm gonna get a second one from this gentleman named Talk, who is an NPC that we talked to a few times. Well, we see him a few times. And
Yeah.
what keystones are is they just like unlock doors that block, unlock new areas. So you have to do little challenges and puzzles to get them open.
Yeah, NPCs are actually new to Ori 2 as well as weapons, but we're gonna just avoid talking to pretty much all of them, except the ones we can buy things from.
We do have to get rid of the torch real fast because we're gonna get a second one. But if you get two at the same time, it like soft locks.
Yeah.
So
But fortunately that water is right there, very conveniently for us.
yeah, that water is like super convenient. It's just like right on the way. This is
Yeah.
the first. This is an introduction to like kind of how the game like sets up like its boss/chase sequences.
Yeah, so this one here is Hal. He's pretty mad, but this is just an auto-scroller. We just kind of jump through because we don't have enough abilities to make it faster. And then the boss itself, we picked easy difficulty at the start of the game, and you're going to see the ramifications of that right now with this fight.
Yep.
And it's done.
So blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
On easy mode, you're in no mode you're intended to take Howl's health all the way down, but in easy it's literally 4 hits and you're done.
Yeah.
And we did unlock Howl's little hideout down here, so we're just gonna hop down there.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that with that easy mode, obviously it's quicker, but also easy mode has some unique skips to that difficulty because you do more damage and you take less damage, and also things cost less, which means that the categories are actually completely different between easy and normal, which is pretty cool.
And here we have a tree, which you'll see what it does in just a moment. And it gave us a sword. So these things kind of grant us the abilities that we collect throughout the game. So we'll be looking for those trees throughout.
Yeah.
And the sword is cool. Oops, I have Tibia gun. That's okay. That won't be
Yeah.
relevant. Here's a funny little skip.
Yeah, the
Nice.
torch is more like, I guess, spectacularly broken, or interesting to use, I guess I should say. But the sword still has some stuff. Like you can see the up slash gives you a little bit of airtime there.
Yeah, you can get like little hovers and stuff with it. It's not quite as like dramatic as the torch. We do use it to do like a little skip down here real quick though.
Yeah.
Right now we're just making a detour to collect a couple, like an item and then an ability.
Yeah. You can see this hover just over here lets you, skip having to do that wall jump or whatever. And we're meant to go up over the top here, but we can just do this sword hover again and not have to bother.
And like Hollow Knight, you can do like pogos and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of cool sword combos you can do.
Yeah.
This is the ability called double jump. It's just like what it sounds like. Just gives us a second jump in the air,
Yeah.
which is kind of subtle but super helpful.
Yeah, it's much more of like a horizontal boost than a vertical boost in Ori. We just got our first shard there, which was Sticky. Shards are, think like your materia in Final Fantasy VII or charms in Hollow Knight. Basically, you equip them and you slightly alter what you can do. So here, we'll be sticking to walls now and be able to climb up them. Which doesn't sound like it'd be super useful, but it makes some upcoming skips significantly easier.
Yeah, specifically one coming up here called door skip, which one of the doors, like we mentioned before, you're supposed to go through it, but we can actually skip it. And what that does is let us keep a keystone that we're supposed to use to open it. So
Yeah.
that's relevant later.
Yes.
It's, we're going to use this creature here. We call them like Fronkies or Squonkies.
Yeah.
I forget.
I always call them Frunkies because they're like monkeys, but they're frogs. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what he's gonna do is stick to this wall in a way to make this guy jump up just below him. And head over
Okay.
here.
Very
hover.
close.
Oh, that was
jump
close.
real quick.
Yeah, it's a really difficult
Okay,
skip
nice.
for sure.
Nice.
Nice, nicely done. Yeah, it's a super hard skip, even with like the slightly more consistent strat there. Yeah, basically what that does now, like Sticky mentioned, in the top left, we still have that keystone, and keystones can actually be used on any door in the game, not just the one that they're assigned to, which means that we're going to be able to skip a later keystone, which is very useful. So keep that in mind. It's not going for another 20 minutes or so. But yeah.
And we just picked up another shard. This one's called Reckless. What it does is increase your attack power while also increasing how much damage you take. So it's kind of like a give and take.
Yeah.
And then right after that, we got the regen ability, which Scarfell, did you want to describe regen?
Yeah, so regenerate, basically, again, similar to Hollow Knight, you can hold the button for a little bit and that will make you focus essentially, and it'll cost one of the little blue energy cells in the bottom left of the HUD, but it'll heal you free health, which again doesn't sound like it'd be spectacularly useful in a speedrun because ideally you don't want to get hit, but in this category it's completely mandatory. So we're going to be using it for heals, but also for an unintended new tech got discovered called wave dashing, which won't be coming up for about 5 minutes or so, but it's very cool once we get to it.
Yeah, a lot of new stuff was found in the past month.
Yeah, since the submission happened, so. Yeah,
it's pretty cool. And I'm really excited to showcase all of it too.
Yeah.
And also I just want to quickly thank everyone for donating towards this game. I'm really excited to run it and happy that I can show it to y'all.
Yeah, coming up here now is Overskip. There's a cutscene if you walk slightly further forward. So instead, Siggy's going to just jump up and over it. And this trick is nicely done. That trick is a lot harder than it looks because the collision on stuff doesn't quite match up where the visuals are, because I guess they didn't expect you to be walking up there, right? But now...
yeah, pretty much.
This is something that is probably the most obviously broken thing of the run. Ori is now flying. How is that possible?
Yeah, there's it's a thing we call a sentry jump. Which sentries are on their own. They're not anything super special. They're just you drop one and it's like a little butterfly and it attacks enemies that go near it. But something about the animation of releasing a sentry compounding with doing a slash at the same time just sends Ori flying sky high.
Yeah, you have to do it on the exact same frame, which can be a bit difficult, but it's why we're typically going to be sticking to the ground, because doing them in the air is a lot harder, because it's just a lot harder input because you can't just do it on the same frame, but it's still frame perfect.
And then here's our next ability, which is Spirit Arc, which is essentially just a bow and arrow. I don't know, did we mention that everything kind of uses energy?
Yeah, no, we haven't mentioned that yet. Yeah, so energy, I mentioned regenerate uses some, so does the bow and also sentry. And what makes that quite interesting for this run is that every time we use sentry, it costs 1 energy to do so, which means that we can't just sentry jump freely. We have to be very specific about where we do sentry jumps. However, as you're going to see in a second, save and quitting to the menu gives you back 1 energy. So we're going to deliberately do that sometimes just for the sake of getting energy back. But it's time consuming to do that all the time, so you have to be very careful with when and where you sentry jump. A little crouch.
I had to duck for that mosquito.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Mosquito RNG can be a pain sometimes.
Yeah, the way those move is kind of random, so.
Yeah.
What we just did was we did a little mini game to open up the first dungeon.
Yeah.
We had to collect these eye stones.
So there's not much in the form of RNG in this run, which is quite fortunate.
Yeah, really nice. One of the more RNG components used to be the ending, but that's been mitigated, so.
Yeah, whenever we get to that, it's pretty spectacular.
Oh, you'll notice I'm picking up these blue and green, kind of circles, and what those are is those increase my max life and energy. We have to collect 2 of each.
Yeah.
And then this is another trick.
Yeah, so we were meant to go up here and lower the water, but the save trigger, as you can see in the bottom left, the game says with that little Ori icon, the save trigger is always in the water regardless. So if we swim down through the water, we can just about make it to the save trigger.
Nice, got the weave.
Nice, just threading the needle there.
And I'm gonna do a quick to menu here because there's an enemy that spawned at the bottom and he's really annoying and can kill me. So I'm just gonna, he charges at you. So I'm just gonna do this and then they're gone.
And over here to the left, we're actually gonna activate one of the in-game speedrun things, which is a spirit trial. And
so if you just remember this spot here.
Yeah. We're going to be coming back there later, and the reason for that is that you actually get 1,000 spirit light, which is the money, if you forgot, for completing the spirit trial. So it's the fastest way to get money, because grinding is very slow in this game.
And as you can see, we're just getting like ability after ability in the beginning. That's kind of like the first half of the run, essentially. It's just getting all our skills.
Yeah.
And we just got the dash. Ooh, that startled me.
Oh yeah. Sometimes that happens.
I like flinched.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, dash just lets us do like a quick little boost forward.
Yeah, and what's cool about dash is, first of all, obviously it's pretty quick, but you can actually interrupt dash with either a jump or a slash, and you can then interrupt that with another dash, which means you can chain together a lot of dashes quite quickly. There's a pretty obvious example of it later that I'll point out when we get to it.
Okay, we're just making our way up to that race that we had seen before.
Yeah.
See if I can get a cool little trick. Sun's way too low.
Yeah. It's like kind of RNG, but typically in the run we would just save and quit to get some energy back there, but that's very time consuming for a marathon, so.
So this is the race. Luckily, like some of the races require you to have like a lot of additional abilities, but this one only requires dash pretty much to beat the developer time.
Yeah, and we're gonna beat the developer time by quite a bit. Like this one's basically just falling in certain ways, but you'll see at the end that Siki will, you know, do that dash jump cancel thing I mentioned before. Like that.
And we're just making our way back up. So we have to go like the same way we went before.
Yeah. We're gonna get the final of our little cell pickups here, which is the energy one on the left. And also the advantage of that is that it refills our energy to full, so now we can just do sentry jumps again without needing to save and quit.
Ooh. That was not good. I got a low sentry.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so if your sentry is like at the wrong kind of height, that can actually kind of mess up the trick there.
Yeah.
And it can vary a little bit.
Yeah, it's frame rate dependent, and also if you're even one frame off from doing the input, it'll mess up slightly. So it can be quite punishing, but you do get used to it.
Okay, so we're back out.
Nicely done. And now this is what we were meant to do before, which is lowering the water. You actually have to lower the water because that little purple door, you can't open it until the water is lowered. There's a kill plane otherwise. I'm gonna go for a wave dash. Nicely done.
Nice. Yeah, that was really clean.
Yeah, so that's the wave dash we were talking about before. By dashing into a wall and then using regenerate and tapping the other direction, Ori just goes flying in the other direction. And the reason we call it a wave dash is we were discussing what to name it. And then one of the devs of the game, Onin, came in and said, call it a wave dash because it looks like Ori is waving at the camera. And everyone went, oh my god, that's so cute. And we all went for it. So there we go.
Okay, so now we've opened that door. This kind of leads to the boss room of this dungeon, which you'll see that because of the verticality that we're given with sentry jumping, we can actually make quick work of that.
Yeah. It's also worth mentioning that we just shopped from... Oh, wait, the Moki are way more important. Let's talk about them.
Yeah, we gotta talk about the Moki.
They're so cute. Look at those friends.
Sadly, we only see them once in this run.
Yeah, they're telling us about the Spirit Wells, which is the fast travel points, but we will just not touch them at all for the whole run, so unfortunate.
And that was the boss room.
Yep.
We just kind of went over the trigger. If you walk like a certain amount into that room, it'll trigger the fight, it's like a big beetle, in case you're curious.
Yeah. Takes about a minute, maybe a minute and a half, so absolutely do not want to do that.
Yeah, not needed. And this ability here is a staple of the Ori franchise, which, as you can see here, we now have Bash, which just lets us like get a trajectory off of like an object and then get launched in that direction.
Yeah, and what's cool about it is that it actually sends projectiles and enemies back in the other direction, which means you can... there's some puzzles that we're going to be using with it later on. And also you can do things like, whenever you bash off an object, if you let go of the analog stick or keyboard, if you're playing on keyboard, you'll actually keep all of your momentum in a little glide motion, which means you can basically just like keep a lot of momentum as long as you don't touch any direction afterwards. Frog champ?
Frog champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pull lock.
Yeah.
And that was almost a cutscene, but we actually skip it.
Yeah. The game tries to lock you in place, but slashes move you very slightly forward so we can make the save trigger. And coming up now is a really important skip. This is one of the most major skips in the whole run. What you're meant to do is go off to the water mill and clear the water and then come back here, but on easy mode, you can just about make it through the water. And what Siki's doing is equipping and unequipping a shard called Overcharge, which actually makes everything cost half as much energy, but you take double damage. So he has to equip it to be able to heal up. Now he has to bash this little projectile at a wall over there, because the wall needs to be broken, but it's kind of off screen. This guy sends a projectile at us because he's mean. We heal back up to full, unequip overcharge again, and go back into the water. Now hitting these spikes is deliberate because they do slightly less damage in the water, so you can stack the iframes a bit better in your favor. And then you can hold bash to make the iframes last slightly longer. And coming out the other end, we now need to do a frame perfect aerial sentry jump to get out the other side. So I'm gonna equip
Nice.
overcharge.
Got it.
Oh, that's a relief.
That was the last try I got too.
Yeah, you only get 3 sentries at a time, so if he didn't get that one, he'd have to do the whole trick again.
Okay, let me try to get a skip here. Yeah.
Nice. That one's really
So
difficult.
that's a cutscene skip.
It's a lot harder than it looks because the game tries very hard to drag you to the right. And now that Shriek in the background that we just saw, she's the antagonist of the game, but she doesn't really notice us if we go over her cutscene trigger, which is very polite of her.
Actually, she doesn't notice in that cutscene anyways.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, like the sequence just doesn't begin or anything, so.
Yeah. That was pretty good, those bubble cycles. The water below that instantly kills you, so if the bubbles aren't playing nice or you mess up the cycle slightly, it can be a real pain.
And did a little quick menu here to get some health refill. And then here's a fun swag strat. It's kind of like adjacent to the way the wave dashing works, but it's a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gives you a little boost.
Yeah.
Like that.
Anyway, coming up now is probably the biggest skip in the whole run, which is Ku skip. Now, the whole point of the story at this point is that we're trying to rescue our bird friend, Ku, who's just over there to the right, but because we're very mean, we don't want to rescue her, and we want to go up and over her cutscene trigger like that. And it's very complicated to explain why that works, so I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to show this part here instead, which is doing the same thing, which is a sentry dash, like that. By doing a slash, then a sentry, and then a dash in a specific way, you just go flying. We can only do it on certain slopes, which is why we don't do it all the time. And now...
Okay, that part's a little spooky. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason, if you remember a million years ago, we kept that one keystone, and the reason for that is that the keystone you're meant to get there is down low and it triggers a cutscene, but by keeping that one from earlier, we skipped that entirely. Nice wave dash.
And go like this. Oh, I'll just do this. Ah, I need that health. Gonna quit the menu here real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. I should have mentioned as well, so Ku, in this section you're meant to actually like start riding Ku, who's like a bird, right? And that means that the bird can hover with their wings, you know, on these little updrafts. Ori cannot do that, meaning this section is obviously completely unintended. We have to do a pile of really specific strats to get through this section without Ku.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite areas, honestly, just because of like all like the little things we have to figure out.
Yeah, it's really cool because you have to do a lot of specific movement. It's a lot of really fast movement, and you can optimize a lot of it in different ways. Swag strat?
Yeah, swag strat.
Nice. And there's gonna be a sentry dash here again, going up and over this other cutscene trigger with Shriek. She's busy nomming on some worms, but she again doesn't notice us. And now coming up here is going to be Ku skip 2, but there's another cutscene at the end here, which triggers many cutscenes. But we can just go up and over it, and there we go. We've completely finished the Silent Woods now. But now we're coming into feeding ground skip.
Which if you touch that ground area in that tunnel, it triggers like a stealth kind of hide and seek sequence. But if you just touch the ground a little later, like where I landed, it just never triggers that. And this whole zone is supposed to be like insta death if you like go into the wrong area because of the bird, but that just never triggers.
Yeah, which is very useful because that means that the end of the game is actually from that area, so we can just go to the end of the game pretty much whenever we want. But unfortunately, we need to get one more ability, but fortunately, it happens to be right here.
Yeah, so this ability is pretty cool. It's used a lot more in like other categories, and it has its marginal uses in this one too, but we still need it like absolutely just because of a couple bottlenecks.
Yeah, it's similar to the bow. We like use it like twice and that's it, but it is a cool ability for sure. And we're just going to use sentry jumps to pretty much just skip how this area is meant to be played. And you can do some cool stuff as well, like upslashing this sand gives you your dash back, because it counts as an object, I guess.
Okay, so here is the ability, not too bad. And it's called Burrow, which I'll show you what it does in a second here.
Yeah.
It lets you dig around and you get a little boost when you get knocked out of the sand. So it just does this. Doop.
Yeah. Burrow can be used in a few cool ways as well. That you can see, you can just went through that section there pretty quickly. But again, we're going to be using like once or twice in the whole run, like for necessary purposes. This is also
now
probably
actually. Oh, now I'm just gonna like. Oh, sorry. What were you? I think you were gonna say what I was gonna say.
Yeah. It's like this is the point in the run where if you've played this game, you're thinking, well, okay, we have like 10 minutes left in the estimate. How on earth are you meant to finish the game? And here we are at the final level. We get there pretty quickly.
Which this part here is like a combat challenge. It takes about 30 seconds, so it's a good time for donations.
Yeah.
Helps if my mic's off mute. Let's go ahead and start with Rory Rye 44, who sent in $200.
Wow.
Nice.
I haven't really kept up with the Will of the Wisps run, so I'm really excited to see how the run has evolved in the last few months. Good luck, Sicky.
Thanks.
Can I get one more?
Yeah.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Awesome. Donnie137C sends in $50. Love GDQ, love Ori, love Speedrun. Thanks to all the players and organizers and everyone involved for making this happen.
You can probably
Okay,
get
my
another
little
in, to
swag
be
boost.
honest.
Does that call for one more?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's take $200 from Insomniac Toaster. Happy to see the event continue, and I'm managing to catch the Ori run as well. Good luck to all of the runners.
Yeah, so we just
picked up an ability, called Launch. It's the last ability of the game that we pick up for the route. And it's not really like broken per se. It's just powerful like on its own.
Yeah. Swag strat?
Yeah, swag shot. You can get like little glides with it like that.
Yeah. Launch is basically, if you remember Bash, which lets us just, do that like dash in the air or whatever, it's pretty much that, but anytime we want. And it refreshes every time we touch a wall or we hit an enemy. So we're gonna have like a lot of airtime now. You can also do cool things like this Terra Walk to glide along the ground.
Yeah, it gives you like a fast walk if you bounce on like a surface or something. And we just entered the final dungeon. I'm gonna quit to menu real quick just to skip like a 1.5 minute cutscene of like a pan up and shows the whole dungeon. But you don't have to worry about that because we're gonna see it.
Yeah. Also want to give a real quick...
the no out of bounds category does like the whole thing.
Yeah. I want to give a real quick shout out to OMFQ, who's the current world record holder of this run, who unfortunately couldn't make it. Mainly giving a shout out because he's obviously very good at the whole run, but his Willow Tree in particular is ridiculous. And he found a lot of the strats for this area.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Yeah, for sure.
So as you can see, we're just eliminating these little things, and then they slowly but surely like declutter this doorway that's blocked by like these dead branches and infected stuff.
Yeah. Each heart has its own strategies and its own cycles. It can be very difficult to make all the fastest cycles. This one in particular, Heart 2, is just the floor is literally lava. We're not going to touch the ground for a long time here. It's going to be launching. Also worth mentioning that anything with the blue moss on it there, we're meant to have an ability called Grapple, which lets us, as you'd imagine, grapple straight to it. We do not have that ability, making every single one of these a little bit harder than they should be.
And if you saw like what I did there, I did a quit to menu just now, and I shot an arrow at the heart, like for the killing blow. That's just to showcase a strat that we do to save in-game time in the runs. It doesn't save like real time, so I'm not going to be doing it for like every single heart. But
yeah.
Yeah, what it is like you. Oh, sorry, one sec.
Yeah, it's all good.
I gotta think about this part.
Yeah, I'll explain this part. So we're meant to bash a projectile from the right-hand side of the screen, bring it through some portals in a puzzle, but you can actually bash this one all the way over if you time it correctly. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that strat's really difficult.
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 3 hearts down. Sticky's gonna go for the damage time, as he always does, because it's cool.
Yeah. I get a little energy refill here, and here's the dig heart, which is pretty fun.
Yeah. It's pretty cool because, again, you don't touch the ground for a super long time, and you can, like, burst through the sand like that, which gives all your dash, launch, etc. back as well. Nicely done.
You can get free movement if you kill that heart and dig at the same time.
Yeah. That doesn't actually do anything. It's not quicker. It just looks cool.
Yeah, it just looks fun.
So
Just in case, I'm gonna grab this.
yeah, that's fair. And that's half of the hearts down. We're coming to heart 5, which is a big run killer. Especially now we have a faster cycle for it. We're going to do a wave dash coming out of here and hopefully make the fast cycle.
Yeah. See if I can get this. Oh, I didn't have launch. I was like, oh, I got it.
You didn't touch the ground, unfortunately. This laser here also just doesn't have a hitbox on the bottom of it. Yeah, but we're meant to grapple off these little blue lanterns you see there, but because we don't have grapple, we have to just launch into the walls and hope we don't hit any spikes.
Ooh.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
I'm gonna take another death here, actually. There we
Yeah.
go. Okay. Yeah, I got a kind of a trolley cycle there.
Yeah. It can be really difficult to do this section with, like... The cycle used to feel very random, so you have to adapt a lot on the fly.
Yeah, you have to kind of know like when to do your launch and stuff because you only have limited time to charge the launch.
Yeah.
But that worked out. Second try is pretty good.
Get the thread the needle on the way down here.
Yeah, I got it.
Nice. We're coming up to actually a boss who's gonna die pretty much instantly again. And
Yeah, I'm gonna drop some sentries here for good luck.
yeah, remember the sentry does actually do things besides make us jump, so you can do some damage there. And
The triple rare.
oh, that is super rare to get that attack.
Got it.
Nice.
That was sketch.
Yeah.
That was real sketch. Yeah, he usually does a double laser there, and it's a lot easier to avoid. But the triple laser is like a totally other thing.
Yeah. I think I'm not sure if we mentioned, but every time you attack, you get jumps, launch, etc. back, so you can just stay in the air pretty much forever against that boss by just slashing and jump canceling your combos. We're coming up to a pretty cool heart, heart 7, which has this little strat that you can go through the middle lasers here.
Ooh, didn't get it. That's okay. I'm just gonna avoid it.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. Okay, I'll attempt it again.
Okay.
Let's see here. Nice. Started the needle.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of lasers have blind spots on them, so.
Yeah. And now we're coming up to heart 8, which is the hardest heart, because of course it is. Which makes running this
the
game
final heart.
super stressful.
Really nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of cycles, and we're meant to use the feather here to like float, but we don't have the feather. So we're going to have to go through these cycles in a very specific way. So like you can see, like,
Yeah, we're really taking advantage of launch here.
yeah. This last one, you actually physically can't make it in one launch. So what we're going to do is jump up, launch into the wall to get our launch back.
Ooh.
And oh, unfortunate. You can just
See if I
about
can get a
make
second
it.
try here. Yeah, it's like really tight.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
Oh, unfortunate as well. Yeah, the thing as well is, like, obviously 2 hits and you're dead. So, you know, again,
Yeah, you only get the 2 hits.
yeah,
Nice, got it.
nice. Yeah, and now
Okay, so
that's it.
yeah, that's the final heart. So that's the dungeon's done. So now all we have to do is the final boss, which is Shriek.
Yeah. Heading up to it, do you want to
The music
explain
changed.
how the fight works?
Yeah, totally. So I mentioned this like in that interview. It's a 4-phase fight.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, so it's a 4-phase fight. And we're gonna try to end the fight on phase 2, which is like a chase sequence.
Yeah, she did. It's not even like an unintended. Like, saying it's unintended is downplaying it. Like, she doesn't even have her health bar visible because they never thought you'd hit her during the escape sequence, but you can. So we do.
Yeah, you can deal damage and everything. It's just normal.
Yeah. This is only possible in easy mode as well, so... Yeah, so for the first phase, we're just gonna basically hit her and try and stagger her as quickly as we can.
And then, sorry, you can cover this.
Yeah, because it's pretty difficult to do. So pretty much what we're gonna do is just, we know where she's gonna swoop to, we're gonna try and hit her as much as we can while she's sweeping. So on this first one, we're gonna launch straight up and then do a dash and a down slash. Nice. And then this one, we're gonna head over to the right and then using a sentry, interrupt your knockback. So then you can just do that to keep slashing at her. I'm gonna drop 3 sentries and then launch up to the right and then hit her again.
I did not equip overcharge.
Oh no.
This might still work. Let's
yeah,
find out.
if it doesn't work, then we'll you can just try again. It's pretty sure every game will let you try again. So yeah, slash 4 times to the left and then dash to the right. We will drop sentries, but yeah.
I'm gonna attempt it again.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I'll just go through the same motions of what we just did there again. Just because like each individual step of this is a lot harder than it looks as well. Because you can see like Shriek flies past pretty quickly, so there's not much time to get in everything you need to do. So like.
Ooh. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm good. Yeah, let's see if we can do this.
This is a really hard strategy as well, and to clarify, like, it is the kind of game where you can't really get attached to your runs because, Heart 8 could kill them, Heart 5 could kill them, then Fast Shriek could kill them, and there's also different versions of Fast Shriek, some are faster than others, so yeah, you really have to just, play each run as it comes, and not let each run, not get tilted if you start losing time towards the end. Yeah, again, now we have overcharge on, we can drop a few more sentries here and do more damage. Obviously, that means that we're taking more damage as well. And I'm going to drop 3 last sentries.
Nice.
And then get out.
Okay, so that's what it looks like. As you can tell, there was no health bar, but I was draining health the whole time.
Yeah.
And as you can see, it just jumped straight to the ending. And yep, that's basically the run. We're still not done timing because there's like a walk sequence, we call it crawl, that happens. But it's not after this long cutscene. So real quick, I just wanted to shout out just the community and just all the people who do the runs and who participate in the community in any way. Because it's a really great group of people and a lot of really just real clever strat finders, glitch hunters, like Tekopar for one, just mention a few, and like OMFQ, and like Abra and everyone. Just so.
There's some really, really cool people. I only joined very recently, the last few months since World Wars came out, and I'm blown away by how kind and supportive everyone is. So yeah, it's a really great game, and there's great resources to get into the game as well. So if you're interested in this or other categories that may or may not be more beginner friendly or whatever, I'd recommend heading over to thespeedrun.com and checking out the resources there, and you can join the Discord as well.
Yeah, and sad warning.
Yeah, this cutscene's real
This is
sad.
a tearjerker.
Yeah.
As you can see, Shriek, who was the final boss, is defeated and takes shelter in this husk.
Yeah, it's a pretty crushing game. We skipped all of her backstory, so she probably doesn't seem like that tragic a character, but damn, she's pretty sad.
Yeah, she ends up being one of like the most interesting characters.
Yeah.
Just because of everything. And but yeah, and I guess this is a perfect time for donations because I'm just gonna be doing my little crawl and some more sad, basically.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's do $100 here from All-in-One Mighty. Hey, Sicky, Mighty here. So glad to see your run at GDQ. You're such a wonderful and happy runner. I'll always remember sharing the couch with you at Calathon. It was awesome. Hope the run goes well. Good luck.
Thanks, Mighty.
I've also got $10 from Emco. Love the Ori run. Been super excited for this. Thank you all.
Also, shout outs to Moon, by the way, for making this game.
Yeah, this is the best game. It's so good.
It's just an amazing game. It's great casually too. Just everyone gotta play it. Also, bye Frog Dad.
Bye Frog Dad.
Rip.
This game and the first game are both unbelievably good. I could not recommend them highly enough.
Yeah, fantastic. Both of them. Yeah. And as you can see here, time is coming up when Ori falls on this little ball of light. So in about a second here, and time.
Nicely done.
What was my real time? 30, like a 36. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good. That run felt really nice.
Yeah, that run. Yeah, I got like a lot of little cutscene skips and stuff. I got in this run, which my consistency was less than great in practice. So really happy about that.
Yeah.
And yeah. So thank you very much. This is just like an ending sequence where Ori saves the forest essentially through their noble sacrifice.
Ori's a very kind soul.
Oh, and just thanks again for donating towards this run. Really
Yeah,
appreciate
absolutely.
it. Honored, honestly.
Yeah, it's really, really cool that everyone did that. Also,
Hey, and it's Koo.
yeah, this is the bird we were trying to save the whole time. She's
And we
here.
literally never see them.
Yeah, until now.
But they're okay, so don't worry.
Yeah. Nothing bad happens to Q in the whole game. I promise.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Koo just hangs out the whole time. That's fun.
Yeah. Super happy bird. I should also say thank you very
And
much for having me
then-
on, because I really appreciated it. It was very fun to do.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, yeah. Me, Scarfell, Gnome of Q are kind of been really working hard on this category. So I'm glad me and you were able to showcase it.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really, really cool run. A lot of fun.
Really, all the categories are cool. Like, yeah, there's so much out of bounds tech in this game. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, should have said, yeah, like, this is obviously no out of bounds, but yeah, the out of bounds one is basically completely different, and it's, you know, just incredibly impressive stuff to the people who run that.
And what's this? It's a tree. Gasp.
Turns out it's all fine.
Turns out the forest is saved.
This probably does look like complete nonsense, because I mean, we don't even see Gumo or Naru in the whole game as well, right? So, like, half of the characters on screen, people are like, who are these people?
Without the prologue, a lot of stuff really doesn't add up.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all.
It's just like, okay, I accept it.
I mean, trust me, this is really sad. Like, I promise it's really sad.
Yeah, this is like actually beautiful.
Yeah, it's really bittersweet, I should say.
Yeah. I just noticed that Koo gets bigger in this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, she does.
I literally never saw that
Yeah.
until now.
There's a part later where she flies past because she's an adult bird now.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's Koo? Okay.
Yeah. There's because Q's off flying, you know? Because I mean, there's no owls in this place, right?
I don't think so. Oh, and the Naru waves, so of course it is.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there you go. I think, yep, that'll be more or less it from us.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to the music.
Oh, yeah, the music in this game's so good.
Holy cow. Sicky, thank you so much for that awesome run. Oh. All right, I want to get in one quick donation here. We've got Cavarel with $25. Hollow Knight and Ori are two of my favorite Metroidvania-style games, and having them back-to-back is wonderful. Thanks to all the runners and organizers for putting on a great event. Okay, I need to take a breath after that, and we need to take a break for some Twitch ads. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey, OmniGamer here, and my book Speedrun Science is the complete guide to speedrunning's process, history, philosophy, and so much more. Check it out at fangamer.com.
Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online is sponsored by RetroTink. RetroTink LLC is a boutique designer and manufacturer of the popular RetroTink 2X line of doubling upscaler for zero added lag connection of retro consoles to your modern HD TV. Our products enable seamless integration of composite, S-video, component, and RGB video to your current setup in a way that respects and preserves the original experience. You can find them at their website, retrotink.com, or on Twitter at retrotink2. SGDQ 2020 is also sponsored by DigitalOcean. Start your $100 free trial today by signing up at do.co/GDQ. You can also learn how gaming companies around the world leverage DigitalOcean Cloud at do.co/gaming. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Poetry Done Quick. I have a few donations to read here. We have $5 from Covert Muffin. Roses are red, violets are blue. Twitch chat is cute. This speedrun is too. I also have a $50 donation from Untitled Goose Poet. Honk, 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 honk. Honk, 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 honk. Honk, 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 honk. All right, I think that's enough poetry for the moment. Holy cow, we had a lot of love coming in for that Ori run. Try and catch up on some of these donations. Joey Steele sent us $25. Awesome Ori run. Could not have said that better myself. We also had $25 from Nintendo Oblivion. I've been a longtime fan of speedruns, but it wasn't until Ori and the Will of the Wisps that I found a game that I truly wanted to speedrun myself. This game is amazing, and I know Sikinar is going to give everyone watching a fantastic showcase of it. We also had $25 come in from Dallin. Just beat Ori casually, excited to see how fast boys break it. Hype! Looking ahead a little bit in the schedule here. We've got a $20 donation from True Geek. Yono dressed as Link? Who could say no? Let's see that Adorbs Elephant dressed as our favorite distressed princess. And I've got to tell you, I have seen the Yono in Link costume, and it is the most adorable thing. It is ridiculous. If you haven't seen it, you don't know, you can't imagine. You can imagine. It's an adorable elephant in a Link costume. You know you all want to see that. Checking in on that right now, we've got a $3,000 goal to make that happen. Looks like we're just a shade over $1,800. Yono is going to be up right after this Gunvolt Chronicles run, so make sure to get those donations in. There's a $25 donation here from PF. Donating for the best 2 games of the past decade not named Witcher 3 block we just had. That Ori ending. For those of you who may just be joining us or who are joining us for the first time, Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online is a charity speedrunning marathon benefiting Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders, or MSF, is an international medical humanitarian aid organization that works in over 70 countries around the world. A big part of MSF's current operations is providing humanitarian aid to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time ever, MSF has recently started medical work in the U.S. In New York City, MSF partnered with local organizations to improve infection prevention and control measures and open temporary relief stations, offering free showers and toiletries and information on additional services. MSF staff are assisting with contact tracing and the development and dissemination of health promotion materials. Amanda sent us $25. Are we still doing the poetry thing? I've come here to view this year's GDQ, and it seems poetry now controls this broadcast. So I'll send in some dough for this wonderful show to let the runners know that they gotta go fast. We are always doing the poetry thing. Poetry is never not happening now. I mean, as long as y'all keep donating poetry. Skylar63 sent us $25. Super excited for the Ori and the Will of the Wisps run now. Also putting my money to Mario Kart bonus game to get that next bonus game. Thank you for that. That's a ways down in the future, but let me check in on that real quick, see how we're doing. We are at just short of $8,500 out of $40,000. Now, looking at the schedule, we're about 22 hours out from that. But it is never too late to start getting in your donations if you want to make sure we're getting things added to the schedule. All right, I've got word that we are ready for the next game. Let's head over to Benja with Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avenger Ix. Take us away.
to surprise you real quick, everyone. So, I'm Keysron. I'm joined by a qualified panel. I had to replace Hobbs and Spike. They're a bunch of knuckleheads anyway. I'm here with Feasel, YKB, and Kung Fu. How are you three doing today?
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Today's been awesome.
Now, yeah, there's been a lot of really awesome games that have happened today, many more than yesterday. So we have a little bit more that we had to work through, but we narrowed it down to about 4 hype moments that we found throughout the event. And we're each going to talk about a couple of clips, and we're going to have them playing in the background. So we're just going to start trial by fire. Fees, let's talk about Kid Icarus.
All right, so sure thing. This morning, Fruit Bat Salad played some Kid Icarus and showed off some really cool glitches. Here we see a series of smaller skips in 3-4, nails those, and then he gets this screen wrap right here to skip a good portion of the level. Moving on into the biggest skip of this run, skipping the entire final boss fight. Look at that. First try, he nails that. First try, skipping the boss fight, taking him right into the final level. You have everything. It cuts off the text, so you get that wonderful raise. And now you get your wings. We're in the final level, and that's it. So, chat.
Now, if you guys in chat thought that this was the most hype moment of the day, be sure to spam that brand new emote, GDQ Wings. Think about this as chat participation for what was the coolest moment out of what we've selected.
Yes.
And speaking of cool moments, I believe we have a Valley moment we want to talk about.
Yes, this game was a surprise for me. I hadn't even really heard of it. It just kind of snuck in there in the middle of that first-person like puzzle block. But everyone in chat was crazy about this game, and you can kind of see why from this clip. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Half-Life 2 run, where they're using a lot of tricks to get momentum, kind of moving the camera from side to side. And this part is actually a really difficult jump that he's doing right here to get up the back of the elevator. But that's pretty much was the entire run. I think he spent more time in the air and out of bounds than he did actually ever touching the ground, which I think this clip definitely qualifies as my highest flying clip of today.
He's quite literally high flying too. That's the best part about it. You know what this kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of like the mountain physics in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Except he's not on a
Where
horse.
like they don't care. Yeah, he doesn't need a horse. That's how you know that Valley's a really dope game. You can skip the horse and just go straight into the nonsense flying
Forget
around.
the horse. All you need is a mouse and you're on your way.
And we also had Superliminal, which Kung Fu, you were super excited to talk about.
I was really looking forward to talking to CRISPR, but just getting to catch the run was still really, really awesome. And I thought this moment was especially cool because not only does it show the really strange idea and like the perspective of the game and how he's using that to his advantage. Not only is it what you're supposed to do in the game, but the way that he takes advantage of it to just suddenly fly out of bounds. He flies like so high, and then he just like lands at the end of the zone. I think it's just like, you saw this happen multiple times throughout the run with multiple different types of objects, because you have this like one type of mechanic that just allows you to just fly away and like you just mega clip. It's amazing. So it was really cool to see
like he's
that
using like an
being
empty
used
soda.
multiple
Is that a
times
soda can?
You know, get to the
I
end.
feel like he's using like a soda can or an empty gas canister or
he's
something
using,
like that.
Yeah, he went to like a drink machine and got a can out. And he used like dice, and he would use apples and all kinds of things.
Don't forget, everyone in chat, if you think that this is the high-flying moment of the day, be sure to spam GDQ Wings. My moment I want to talk about isn't quite necessarily high-flying, but there's a lot of dashing and aerial stuff. And this moment really stuck out to me because Hollow Knight was a game that Hobbs and I did on our GDQ Hotfix show, The First Step, and we were awful. Awful isn't even the right word. I can't in good faith and in PG terms tell you how bad Hobbs and I were at this game. But just watching these two of the best Hollow Knight speedrunners in the world, just blitzing through these lasers. The only time they take damage is on purpose, and from what I heard from commentary, dashing under the platform like they did at the end of that sequence is actually just straight up a swag strat.
Yeah.
So in a race that was within 10 seconds of each other up until one of the final bosses, they had the gall to go and become the people's champion and try to dash in a swag way, and they nail it. So for me, that's definitely a high-flying moment. But we do have a couple of honorable mentions that we want to bring up that we don't necessarily have clips about, which I'm actually going to go ahead and stop the clips now. But
so fun to watch, though.
I think Kung Fu, you had a couple.
Yeah, I mean, Dusk. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, Witcher 3 was an honorable mention for me. I mean, when they had the flying horse glitch, I was like, okay, this is how they're going to get around the rest of the run. And then, like, that never came up again the whole rest of the time because they went right into having Geralt, like, basically fast walk the rest of the speed run. And if there was anything faster than Geralt in that, it was how quickly the runner commentated that game. I was so impressed at how he just like kept up this really snappy pace of commentary the whole time, didn't have any help, and it was just made the whole run a blast to watch.
Yeah. I think it's also important to mention that, I mean, Ori 2 just finished, so, you know, it was very recent, you know, scrambling to get together info for that. But I mean, it was a really wonderful run to watch, and it's a really beautiful game. And just seeing speed tech for that, just anything about the game or the speed run overall is just a wonderful time to sit and enjoy. There was a lot of really cool stuff that was happening in there. I mean, you could kind of see some reflections from the Hollow Knight run in a way, just with, you know, the way that they build the Ori like movements around.
And you know what, you three? There's way more of the marathon left. We're sure to see a lot more of these hype, high-flying moments. Don't forget, I'm giving you permission to give the mods a terrible time. Go ahead and absolutely spam those GDQ wings. And it looks like we're going to have Gunvolt Chronicles by Benja coming up immediately after this recap. But I hope all of you enjoyed it. I hope my brand new panelists with me had some fun with me too. And you'll see a lot of us throughout the week, I promise. But thanks a lot for your time, guys. And we'll see you guys in the future.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Keys and Kung Fu and Fees and YKB. All of the people who I did not introduce. This is fine. This is a lot easier when you can see people. And this is Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online, powered by Twitch. Let's go ahead with a few more donations. Onkwave sends in $5. I think we could all use a little L-Link font after that Ori ending tonight. Yep, I agree with that. Christine Michelle sends us $25. A wonderful form of entertainment for a wonderful cause. As a third shift worker, it's lovely to have the entire night to watch some dope speedrunners make a joke out of some of my favorite games. And it's even better knowing that it's all to help people that so dearly need it right now. Sending lots of love to all the guys, gals, and non-binary pals out there. Stay safe out, everyone. All Yes Reaper sends in $5. My son was born during SGDQ last year, and I'm so excited to get to watch it with him this year. Donating for the UFO ending in Silent Hill Homecoming. Love, All Yes Reapers and Little Reaper. Aw. That is amazingly cute. Or Silent Hill. Michael sends in $25. One last donation for the night. Let's keep this going strong. Got some more poetry here. Twill Blackleaf sends in $15. Are we still doing haiku? I have a Hollow Knight haiku. A gentle spring rain, dangerously nourishing, orange fungus grows. I like that. That's like atmospheric. No comment here, but we've got a $200 donation from Dr. Phineas. Thank you so much. Cam91 sends in $25. Been watching for about 7 years now. The vibe is a little different, but the spirit is still there. Looking forward to the next week of runs and the next few weeks for VODs. Good, better, best. Never let it rest till your good be better and your better best. You know, you're right, Cam. The spirit is still there. And I want to shout out all of you watching, all of you in chat. Y'all are bringing the spirit. This would not be a GDQ without you, and we are so glad you are here, and we could not do this without your support. A little bit of a throwback on this donation. Now, make sure I get this right. We have $25 from B Sneeze. Honk. Winnis sends us $25. Let's make a difficult game even harder. Lion King any percent, here we come. Let's see. How are we doing on that one? We are doing really good. Just about $25.55 out of $3,000 to meet that incentive. So definitely getting close. Remember that you can take a look at all of the upcoming incentives on the website, gamesdonequick.com. If you see something that you want to make happen, go ahead, send us a donation. Holy moly, no comment here. But Chris V's just sent us $500. Wow, thank you so much for that. That's amazing. Oh, man. Y'all are killing me. All right. I've got $25 here from Dom Fridge. The GDQ Haiku. Hype org honk donate. This never happened before. Hi from Germany. That was really good. That was really good. And my friend here may not be on a mic anymore, but that won't stop people from sending love. I've got $100 here from Brutal's mom. Give to Games Done Quick. Help Doctors Without Borders. It's for a good cause. I've also got a $10 donation here from Zach K. Been looking forward to Gunvolt all day. One of my faves from last year. Here's to an awesome run. And I'm getting word that I have it correct this time. We are going to go to the runner. So let's go ahead and do that. Benja, take it away, my friend.
So we're live now? Finally? Finally.
Seems that way.
Finally, this is the moment I really waited for a long day. So, hello everyone, my name is Benja, I'm from Chile, and I have my commentaries here, Tinehax, Keaton, and Mike. We're gonna do really quick right now the introduction because it's really late in my country, so present you guys.
I'm Tinehax, I run all the games in this series. They're a real experience.
I'm Keaton RL. I run Gunvolt 2, which has Copen in it, the playable character in Luminous Avenger X, which, you know, close enough.
I'm Mike Kenyon. I run none of the games. I'm just very enthusiastic about them and just know a lot about them.
Okay, so it's time to start. Who's gonna do the countdown?
I mean, ideally it'd be you, right?
Okay, no problem. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh boy, I'm ready. So for anyone that doesn't know about the Gunvolt games, these are a lovely little series of Mega Man X, Mega Man Zero style games made by Inti Creates, aka the guys that made Mega Man Zero and Mega Man ZX, with a little bit more anime.
A lot more anime. These games are really, they're a lot.
These games, they present themselves in a very sort of serious and sort of dark tone and theme, but they also fully embrace the absolute anime insanity and revel in it. So you're going to see some really on the nose stuff.
Explain the immediate abject insanity that you're seeing right now. Copen, the main character here, they're not quite the exact same jump and shoot guy that you might recognize from certain other Mega Man games. Namely, their movement and their attack styles are very, very different. What you'll notice in the bottom left of the screen when the anime is not currently happening is that Copen has 3 little bullets. Those are not, gun bullets. Those are used for.
Those are bullets.
Those are used for bullet dashing, which is the crazy fast air dashing that you're seeing Copen do all over the screen. You use one when you dash, you gain one back whenever you bounce off a wall or an enemy. Yeah.
And that's going to be a huge core aspect of this run, because on top of that, you have this number counter on the left that's going up as he's damaging. That is the kudos meter, and the kudos meter is very similar to, say, the style meter in Devil May Cry. It goes up as you do damage, but it goes up much more if you do things in a stylish way, like long chains of kills without touching the ground, or using a special skill or your special weapons. And that is going to be a huge part of this run, because very shortly after, Benja is going to acquire a single power-up called the High Pride Overdrive. And the way that features in is that whenever you receive 1,000 kudos, first and foremost, your virtual idol who manages your weapon drones will manifest on screen and start blasting J-pop, and it's glorious. But also, Overdrive activates, and what the High Pride Overdrive does is it increases your damage output proportional to the number of kudos you have. So as your kudos keeps climbing, as you do more and more damage and more kills, your power just keeps growing and climbing even more and more. And the caveat to that is, if you get touched even once by an attack, that gets reset to 0 and you got to start over again. So what you're going to see Benja doing is trying to keep that as high as possible while never stopping,
which is, of course,
and never getting hit.
Because Benja is a crazy person.
Yeah, Benja is. There are people who are good at video games, and then there's Benja, who is. Well, I said good before, so whatever's more than that, more gooder. He's more gooder at video games.
Come on.
Benja exploded onto the Gunvolt scene a number of years ago and basically just started stealing all of the world records in every category. He's really nice about it too.
How absolutely delightful and sweet and wonderful Benja is, and also how much of a crazy person he is. I am currently the second place holder for the any percent Gunvolt category in Gunvolt 2. When I had first joined the Gunvolt speedrunning Discord, Benja was nice enough to start a stream to show me the ropes, new strategies, what's going on. He then casually set a new world record right in front of me. Just me.
And it's they discover a new strat, just playing, and okay, maybe this is gonna be a really good idea, why not?
And then...
And he's gonna be really bad.
After I had ingratiated myself into the community a bit more and become the second place holder, I was just doing some runs one day, and Ben just says, "Hey, would you like to race?" And I say, I would love to race. Let's have a race.
Oh,
And then
that's
he
a
set
mistake.
world record again by a full
Yeah,
minute.
that's what's going to happen when you agree to race against Binja. Is, I mean, you're going to lose, yes, but you're going to lose in like the most. Like, you can't be mad about it.
I was just impressed.
Yeah. Well, the really good news right now is I finished Grim with a really good fight. The first boss is really difficult because the RNG affects a lot. This is gonna be really good because I'm not gonna lose some time just for RNG. And now it's time for the infinite bullet.
Ooh, infinite bullet dash is a fun.
First try.
Okay, so this is really
First try. First
Okay.
try.
Oh.
GDQ moment.
One of you guys
GDQ
want to explain
moment.
how infinite bullets work?
The way infinite bullet dash works is we showed you the bullets in the bottom left corner that are powering his dashes. What you do is you either gain back bullets by bouncing off of enemies and objects, or you can double tap down to reload. When you double tap down, you play a little animation of Copen reloading his bullets, and a whole bunch of empty bullet casings pop out. Super nice. What you can do is, through various actions such as dropping down through a platform or launching yourself up to the air with a sub-weapon, you can cancel the animation and effectively outrun the reload by constantly dashing, thus giving you effectively infinite bullet dashes.
And now we're seeing what this high pride item
It's,
that we've mentioned before does. You're going to start seeing things on screen just melt. And that's this. And remember, if Binja makes even a small mistake and gets hit, that goes away. The difficulty involved in this particular strat cannot be overstated.
The main problem right now with the high pride is right now I'm gonna play literally always perfect because on Gumball series you have always two different ways to play, with kudos and with normals, and with kudos you always need to play with no damage.
And with Copen, this is
the big problem.
This is especially difficult because as much as Benja makes it look like the easiest thing in the world, like riding a bike, you never forget.
Oh my
like
god.
Riding a bike, you never forget. It is very easy.
Oh, there we go. See, so this is Stella here is pretty notorious among casual players for her difficulty, and yeah, it's very easy to just to just get clipped by one of her hitboxes, and there goes all of his attack power.
Now he has to fight her like a normal person.
As you can see,
a nice normal fight, so it's a really bad one.
But yeah, just
because I'm gonna lose maybe around 10 seconds. Thanks,
it is
of course.
a very difficult fight to do perfectly.
Whether you're fighting bosses or traversing the levels, it is very easy for Copen's movement to go completely out of control, just because of the nature of his dashes.
It's an incredibly skillful character to play. There's so much nuance involved in being in control of his aerial movement. It's one of the most fun characters I've ever played in an action game, and definitely one of the hardest too. Now, you might have noticed a lot of things exploding there. That was Krim's weapon, Krim being the first boss from earlier. This is very much a Mega Man style game, and Copen is gaining special weapons from the bosses as he beats them. He just received a pair of metal blades from Stella there, and you're going to see him shredding things in a moment.
Right.
The special weapons really... They really define how you can run through a stage. Look at that, just two circular saws just ripping through everything.
Alright, which level is this again?
This is the Revelio stage right now.
This is Revelio's stage.
The main thing here is Revelio. The movement is really precise sometimes, and I'm gonna using, of course, again the infinite bullet, but with other conditions. Like this. On Gumball 2, you have the same rule. You can do the infinite bullet dashes, and the condition here is when you have a platform and you press down plus jump, you can cancel all the momentum, the reload, and then just use your bullet again without any problem. So it's really easier than the other version you watch on Stella.
And the J-pop blasts the entire way.
Oh yeah, remember this game is always Japanese, so you have a lot of cyber divas and something like that. So it's really normal.
This is the same company that very recently stuck a corgi in a mech suit.
I'm not gonna do this risky.
Curse of the Moon 2 coming up later on today, so you'll probably get to see that. You'll see that in motion. Just a note there. You see these golden sort of icons that he's picking up. Those emblems. There's 4 of them in every stage, and each one of them gives him a flat 500 kudos boost. So he's going to be trying to collect as many of those as he can. So there's another one. In order to just give him just comfortable boost in his power whenever possible. And he also taking account to to hit to clear the end marker of the stage. Oh, beg your pardon. Yeah, he just doesn't. You see, this is one thing about the run. You're going to see a ton of really precise and complex movement throughout the stages. The platforming is excellent. You're not going to see the bosses if we're doing this right, because if he's keeping his kudos high enough, they're just going to get to lead it in seconds.
But no, it's not a shame because you have a really good deal about that. You're not gonna stay on the stages, the bosses, but of course, like every single Mega Man X or Mega Man CX series, you have a boss rush, and on the boss rush, I don't have the kudos of the start of the stage, so you're gonna watch it anyway. Every single boss, the DMs and the other
stuff. All I'm saying is we need more screen time for the guy whose superpower is literally yarn.
We don't, though.
It's just
the
yarn.
Thing. It's just yarn, and it's slow yarn is the thing.
Yes, but
that's true. He does do that, and that's pretty cool.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, it's not showing off the whole game, so people who are interested in picking the game up will get to see the bosses fresh. And
play the Gunvolt games, you cowards!
No, they are fantastic games.
Yes, play the Gunvolt games.
Also, one thing that I want to point out that we haven't mentioned yet, there's these little glowing circles that you're probably by now noticing. Binja is not touching them, and you might be thinking, that's kind of weird, I wonder why. Those are checkpoints. They give you safety. They also drain your kudos to 0.
In casual run, what they do is the kudos they get locked in and added to your score multiplier, and that counts towards your rank at the end of the mission. But that's not what we're playing for here. So he needs to keep his kudos as high as possible. Therefore, touching a checkpoint is a very bad idea for this run.
Maybe the only way I can touch one checkpoint is just saying miss everything on the final boss rush. This is the only way, but except for that, I'm not gonna take every or any one of them.
Also, there's one thing I just want to point out right now as I mention it. After beating Blade for the second time there, Blade's the name of that boss, Lola, the virtual idol who is making all of the cool stuff happen, she just got a devil trigger. And you're going to see that a bit later. It's the idol gets a devil trigger, not the guy in the jetpack suit. No, I love this game.
Silly. We enjoy that though.
Thanks, Integrate, for this game. We really needed to wait for the other one. We're really waiting for.
Well, the fantastic thing about Integrate having gone independent is that they get to decide how much time they need to make the games the best they can be, and every single time that is not disappointed. So
I'm just mesmerized.
Remind me, this is Disney's stage, isn't it?
And this is a really important one for the lore of this game, because Disney is who's the opposite of maid? The male version of maid? Like a servant?
Of a maid?
Sorry, my main language is not Spanish, it's not English, it's Spanish, so...
sorry!
Thanks, that's where I'm saying.
Yeah, sorry, that took a
So
while.
this is the person to...
That's right.
Continue.
Stella, Stella, the lady who just screwed him over earlier, the boss at this stage is her butler, and those two are super close and dear to each other. And he is very, very mad because you killed his boss / lover. So also, fun fact, he's the only robot in the series. Most of these guys are human.
Yeah, they're just humans with crazy mutant powers.
Yeah, why not?
He's also a ridiculously cool
this is a really fun boss.
He's like a matador.
That
There's a lot I can say about the bosses.
Butler.
There he goes. Again, if you wanna see what these fights are really like, I highly recommend these games.
A little bit.
But the bosses in this series are always fun because they always have a few set themes. In this one, every single one of their designs is based on a sign of the zodiac, and they're all named after movies. So, for example, Dis9, who we just saw there, he is based on Taurus, the bull, and they made him a matador, which is just baller as hell. And Dis9 comes from the movie District 9.
He's a robot. I get it now. He's a robot. He's District 9.
Yeah. It's they really love their layered references into creates. Shout out to Intercreates if any of them are watching. They make my favorite games. Anybody who's played the first Gunvolt game may actually recognize this stage.
This stage is 100% from the original Gunvolt game.
Yeah,
which is really cool. It kind of gives you this idea that they wanted to have that continuity between them.
Oh, the continuity is very important. If there's one thing that Inti cares about when they're making these games is how to tell a story as well. And so when they drop a hint like this, it is very significant. Now, because we're skipping all of the cutscenes and everything, you're mercifully going to be pretty much spoiler-free. But I will warn you that when we get to the latter 2 or 3 stages of the game, it is going to absolutely obliterate the story of the series for you if you haven't played it before.
This is a really cool segment. We should let Binja focus on this one. We are skipping a very long auto scroller.
Absolutely.
We're gonna wait a little bit here and just move. And the reason is I need my shield to use in that part. So this is gonna be really good. This is my favorite boss. What do you think, guys? What do you think?
I'm a little bit behind. I'm gonna need to see him real fast.
So I present you a Mega Man X boss here. So I present you a Spark Mandrill.
Yeah, pretty much.
So back to this Spark Mandrill here.
For those not in the know,
no, you're right.
For those not in the know, if you have Spark Mandrill's weakness, he does
You are absolutely right. Yeah, so turns out the robot butler's sub-weapon is lances made of cloth.
Yep.
So, the most threatening.
Well, the thing, it's vector cloth. It is able to redirect the motion of literally anything, even light.
Listen, man, you can dress it up all you want. I do not want to be the guy
this
who
is why
died
Mike is here. Look,
I
the
do not
lore
want
of
to be
this
the guy
game is
that died
amazing.
to a tablecloth.
And right now, I'm gonna using the correct way.
I mean, yeah,
but this is important stuff because right now we have the back to EX. So right now we can do the infinite bullet dash anywhere.
Oh yeah.
So it's really good because this part is really easy.
Yeah, this is like this is basically Space Jump Screw Attack. It just completely negates platforming.
Which is good because platforming across floating, moving airships is always a scary time. Don't need to do that though.
Oh yeah,
Who does that? You can just fly.
But of course you think, okay, we have one Cyber Diva, so we have everything. No, this boss right now is a Cyber Diva too.
Yeah, she's just a
No,
normal
she's a
diva.
human diva.
You've got the cyber diva.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's she's very mad at the Cyber Diva.
No, you're right.
Took her job.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
And her power is the power to literally create screaming fanboys. I am absolutely certain that Matt Papa at Ninja Create snuck a Love Live reference into the localized version of this.
No, I'm gonna play this really safe.
Shout out to Matt Papa.
Yeah, shout out to the Incritic Great team for this game. Shout out to them. This boss is really funny right now because she have a manip. So you have the opportunity to manip the movement. So I'm gonna use the Factor skill right now. She's gonna be at the center. And that's it, the fight is over. 100% guaranteed.
Yeah. We do like those in speedruns. Pop.
It really is just that easy.
Yeah. Thinking about it, when in any kind of Mega Man game, you're not going to see the full extent of most boss fights because you're going to be routing it to exploit their weaknesses wherever possible.
Unless you're playing, as Gunvolt in the first two games, he doesn't get cool sub weapons.
Oops.
Well, no, but he has lightning, the coolest sub weapon of all. So.
And this is the time to use the Blade EX. The Blade EX is a Dark Trigger. So the main stuff here, I have right now an infinite bar to use my EX, but instead I'm gonna receive some damage if I'm not doing anything on screen. For example, I'm receiving right now some damage.
That's right. When the Dark Trigger is activated, all of your EX weapons are powered up, and the Muse's Kiss weapon we just received from Isola, that is in its fully charged state whenever you fire it. But the downside is that any time that you're not attacking, you take passive damage, so it's risky to use.
This is a really bad news right now, just for a speedrunner, not for a normal person. We have a plane right now on the current patch, and the really bad thing about that is we're not gonna do a quick heal right now, a really good one. Because Blade, they fix some stuff, the important stuff, and she's gonna be invincible every time on the last phase. So I'm just gonna play normally here and without lots of kudos because I don't need it.
Yeah, so one of the things that we haven't mentioned so far, because for the most part, let's be honest, Benja is just skipping the boss fights. If you look at the health bar for a given boss, it's got 3 segments. Each of those segments is a phase, and when you get down to the last segment, there's supposed to be a desperation attack. Usually there's some invulnerability time that goes along with that, stuff like that. Things that Benja just does not have time for. But you're going to start, as we get closer to the end of the run, you're going to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, one of the biggest downsides to those attacks is that they have this sort of cutaway graphic that plays and interrupts the fight beforehand, which by itself wastes a lot of time, even if you are able to destroy
say
them
that,
during
but
the attack.
Gosh,
So
I mean they're so good.
They have so much to say.
Oh, they're amazing. They're
Pay attention to them. Read the text on screen. It's always amazing.
It's all in keeping with the theme of SGDQ this year. Every one of the desperation attacks is accompanied by a haiku incantation.
We lost Benja.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
You need to pause. You should pause.
What happened?
Maybe I'm good now? I'm back? Oh, this is gonna... Oh, thanks. I can continue, so...
I'll find out in a sec.
Sorry, internet stuff in Chile. Yeah, sorry, but I'm not just advanced so loud. Oh, don't worry. So, 3, 2, 1, and go again. Oops. And go. So we're right now on the last phase on Blade, the second Blade, and the important thing here, we're gonna skip her DM. So enjoy the moment. Hey, what about your guys here or not? Hello? Oh, thanks.
Yeah, we're here.
I'm scared because I feel so long.
We're just in awe.
Where are my commentators? Where are my people?
We're right here.
But
we're right here, man.
Sorry, it took me a moment. It took me a moment to get the stream back
Finally
after
back.
that little hiccup. But
Let's go.
Yeah, back now. Yeah. So the cool lightning stuff you saw there, that's the kind of stuff that most of the bosses do if you actually play the game the way it's meant to be played. Or just casually through for the first time.
Yeah, if you're not cheating by being too good at the game.
There's a lot that you're not seeing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Banjo, what's wrong with you?
Sorry,
Stop being good at video games.
I can't, sorry.
Oh yeah, it's Yarn Guy again.
Now, as you see, we're starting the boss rush now, and as you can see, because he started out this fight with 0 kudos, so he has to actually play this fight out the way it normally would be. Oh, look, there's the thread Gatling gun.
The best RNG. Good RNG again.
It's so extra, I love it.
Okay, one more kudos, please, give me more. Ah, really bad one.
But as soon as he hits 1,000, overdrive happens, and then it's over. And yep, there we go. We got a haiku desperation attack there. Just weaving through all of those. If he touched any of those, he would have been trapped in a lengthy animation.
I need more kudos. I need more kudos right now.
I get what you said there. You said weaving.
I didn't even mean to do that.
Wow.
Oh my god.
So we're ready. It's time to play the boss rush. We're finally ready.
Yeah.
So Stella, it's my time for my round 2. I'm really mad. I'm really mad for the last one. This is my round 2. But my revenge are gonna be really good.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this at this point is the most important part of the run.
This I wasn't expecting.
I think I'm a little behind where you're seeing.
Right now it's revenge on Stella for
oh, the position is
messing up his groove earlier.
the position is really bad right now. I need to wait a little bit. Okay, need to move. Just waiting here. Wait again. Again. And that's it.
There we go. No. Well done.
Really close, but I'm not gonna sacrifice the goals for this.
Yeah, of course not. Because losing kudos at any point completely upsets the momentum for the rest of the stage. So it is the top priority to make sure that those are held onto if at all possible.
And the really cool stuff, I level up on the last part of the boss, so I recover every single one of my HP right now.
Always handy.
Now Krim here, this is a very different fight because he has the saw blades this time. Yeah, he just loses his armor.
Yeah, you can just melt him down.
Suddenly becomes a joke.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite quick kills because one runner, Tori, a Japanese runner, a really good one, discovered a way to destroy this boss right now. So I have the kudos, I have the power, so why not to do that? So I'm gonna start with the photon detonator. Using 3, change it to the teleport to defend myself with everything.
We're neck deep in spoiler territory here, guys. So
and that's it. Oh my!
If you want to preserve the
well, what's it?
If you want to preserve the experience when you play the games, this would be the time to look away. But
that being said,
that's true.
Yeah.
That being said, I encourage everyone. I'm seeing some comments in chat about how hyped this game looks. The Gunvolt series is
really,
yeah. The Gunvolt series is all on Switch, PC, and PS4. I encourage everyone to go out and at least give them a try. These are such good games.
It's on everything. It's relatively inexpensive. It's super fun.
We're on Switch, PC, Xbox One, PS4. So it's taken a while, but now it's on every platform and it's super accessible. So yeah, they're by all means.
You can play these on the 3DS if you want to. We're not going to stop you. There's no law against it.
We physically cannot come to your house and stop you. Probably. I don't know. Benja's a magician, so I don't know what he does.
No, Benja will just show up at your house and just be better than you and make you like him for it.
Finally, done. So this is the really hard part because right now I'm not have enough kudos, so I need to play Bacto, and Bacto is a really hard one because the RNG is really bad always. So we need to know if he's gonna do him first. Jumping? Jumping. Good.
Good. I'm glad he jumped.
No, you're not gonna use in this.
Oh, there we go.
Hit it.
Very nice. Just something I want to drop out there while I think of it. Bacto's name is also from a movie. It is from Back to the Future.
Oh, I didn't catch that one. Oh.
I would never guess that.
I hate it.
Oh no.
It's phenomenal.
And yeah, this ignoring the fact that all of these games are wonderful, delightful times, the speedrunning scenes are criminally underutilized, but very healthy. I would know. I'm there. What am I talking about? Play these games. Speed run them with us. We need new meat.
So this is a really important part, and maybe I can receive one hit here because the RNG is always really bad. So I present you a really old boss from Gumball 1. We're gonna wait. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, just gonna play safe here. Okay, really good RNG. No, not this time. So I'm not gonna do the skip, the normal skip with the DM, so enjoy the dodge.
Classic Asimov giving you grief.
It's what he does.
They as a character who is dead after the first Gumball game, Asimov is very much a surprise appearance here. But believe it or not, they foreshadowed it because the name of the final boss that they tell you earlier is Demerzel, and Demerzel is a character from one of the science fiction novels by Isaac Asimov.
Nice. We're really soon on time.
We're down to the final health bar.
I don't even have anything to say. I'm just mesmerized by this whole last section.
Yeah, this gameplay is amazing.
This is just this is serious time.
Or at least it was serious. Or at least it was serious time. I'm still a few seconds behind.
And of course, with the style, why not? This is not gonna be PB anyway.
Oh no. Well, I mean, it can't be. You had a bit of a hiccup.
No, this is not gonna be PB. And time. That's it.
That's still just such a fantastic run. Well
Finally.
done.
You'll love to see it.
So this is everyone. A sort of strike. No, Combat Chronicles Luminous Avenger EX. I hope you enjoy this a lot, and of course, shout out to my commentaries. We have some difficult stuff with the time, but they're gonna do anyway.
We had a good
really,
time.
guys, thank you.
We had a good time. It was fun.
No, thank you for having me.
What a good time. Thank you.
Play the Gunvolt games, please.
Play the Gamba. Just a little a little shout out because a lot of friends watch my run. So thanks a lot from the Speedrun Español to streaming in Spanish this marathon. And of course, big shout out to Goofy and Dan Ruby. They're doing the commentaries in Spanish, so thank you guys, really awesome. The SRE Discord, Elysium Discord, really good friend, BBTag, Smash Brother Chile, a lot of really good friends, and I'm really happy everyone's enjoyed my run. So really thank you for the opportunity, of course, and thank you for the GDQ to accepting this game. So you're really good and awesome, guys. And of course the viewers, thank you so much to enjoy the game. I don't know. We're just continuing with the marathon, maybe.
Everyone have a lovely night. It's very late.
Yeah. Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Wow, Benja, that was. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that VOD about 14 times just to get any notion of what happened there. That was insane. Thank you so much for that run. Okay, let's try to get in a couple of quick donations here. We did have some love coming in for Benja there. Let's go with $100 from Poochie.exe. Gunvolt hype! I love the Gunvolt series, and it's always cool to see them at GDQ. Shout out to Doctors Without Borders, and thank you all from the bottom of my heart for all you've done to help the world deal with the pandemic. I've also got, just plugging a quick incentive here, $25 from Devil Dog 357. Up with a late night shift. Got to do my part for Mr. Game and Shout with the Link Yono costume. Enjoying the runs, commentary, and the hosts. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that donation. Quick update on that. We are $970 away. And we're going to be cutting that off, as far as I know, when the run starts, which is right after this Twitch ad we're about to go to. So if you've got $1,000 burning a hole in your pocket, I really want to see Cute Elephant. Please. All right, let's go to that ad. I'll see you on the flip side. Welcome back to Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online, powered by Twitch. I am Mr. Game and Shout, but only for a moment because the next run is ready, so we're going to go ahead that way. Bullets is here, and I think he's got something about an elephant for us. Show us what you got, friend.
All right, thank you very much for that. This is Yano and the Celestial Elephant, a very, very special game. Very excited to show it off. With me, I have Zik, who will be helping commentate this because there's a lot of stuff happening in this game. So we're going to do our best to keep up with it. But if you see some weird stuff happening during it, just assume we're doing something we're not supposed to do. But before we get started, I do have one important thing to put on. You need to put this elephant hat on for good luck. Otherwise, this run will not go well. But I think we are ready to get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So, Yano is a puzzle adventure game where you're playing as an elephant from space. So in the tutorial, you're supposed to talk with this NPC and, figure out how to play the game. But instead, we're going to go into this tree and maneuver our way around and avoid it. And there's actually a second dialogue there as well that you're supposed to talk with her, but she's invisible. You can't see her. Though she does talk with you all the way across from here. That's the only one you can't avoid. When you dash across edges, you get a bunch of speed. So right here, instead of doing the pinwheel, we can just dash across that puzzle and skip it. And then for this final puzzle here, instead of going all the way around, once we push this block onto the pressure plate, we're able to blow this pinwheel and go onto the platform before it goes all the way up. So that is 4 skips in the tutorial, and I'm out of breath already. How's it going, Zik?
Oh, it's going great. The tutorial is a really good indication of how this run's gonna go. I mean, it's gonna be really fast-paced. He's gonna be doing a lot of skips.
Yeah. Next is Monk Skips. This is Windhill. This is a little, small town. You're supposed to put some water on the monk that's over there, but instead of that, we can go around the invisible wall by using a chicken to kind of maneuver ourselves around. And in the same way, we can avoid putting this fire out just by kind of parkouring around the bushes right there. So we do have to wait for these spikes, though. We can't skip around those yet. We'll figure that out one day. So this is a snake cave. Yano has a funky hitbox because Yano can hit things behind and in front of him and to the side of him. So you kind of try to organize these snakes, which are kind of in weird randomized places, to be around you as you're hitting them, so you can hit multiple at once.
So believe it or not, this game has combat.
This game has some very interesting hitbox stuff going on. So we have a key, and we sequence broke it out by going on top of a pot instead of using it in a keyhole. So we're not supposed to have a key in this room yet. And we're going to use it to our advantage because we're going to wedge ourselves in here and we're going to fly into the air because Yano, even though Yano can't jump, Yano can fly. And we're just going to go on the out of bounds seams because why not? We're out here anyways. We're going to go in this chest. Oop, we almost got it. Let me actually make a save here. Oops, I think oh darn. Oh well, my health is low, so we need to not make any mistakes. That's unfortunate. Forgot to make a save before. And so we need to ride this key as it's launching up from this chest. Just very precise. So as we fall into the water with the key, as long as we don't complete the animation for grabbing the key before we fall in the water, we are able to keep it with us. Usually we'd lose the key. So it's a very, very precise thing. We're actually gonna use this key that we got to use as a little ramp because this entire room's like a big circle and there's a wall in the way so that you don't go the short direction. But we just kind of cut through there. I'm actually gonna check these and get some health because our health is a little low. And, I think the tech crew would appreciate us not dying and having to redo this section. So we'll do our best with that and break some of these pots for some extra health. So our health is a little bit better now. So with this key, we're not supposed to have a key again. And if we fall into that water there, we just lose the key and we have to redo the section. So it's kind of scary during this. We don't want to make too many mistakes. Usually there's a key that spawns in that rock down there, but we can do a magic trick and make it appear. When you bring a key into a room that's supposed to have a key in it already, the game's like, you can't have 2 keys in a room. This is ridiculous. So it just doesn't spawn the other one. So we've sequence broken a key this entire time that we're not supposed to have. And the entire point of that is there's one final puzzle, And this final puzzle is 2 rooms long, it takes forever to do, and puzzles, I'm not very good at puzzles, so instead of that, we're gonna just use it on the final room and skip it. So we're at the end of Hedgehog Forest now. This is probably a good time for a couple donations if you have any.
Oh, I got plenty. Let's start with $10 here from Anonymous. Thank you for keeping me entertained while I work from home all week. Happy to help with that. I've also got $50 here from Bloppy. Took a week off vacation just for this. This is great, and I'm glad I get to watch the whole thing.
All right, so we need to make a save here for a very specific reason later on, because Nightingale City, which is where we're at right now, is we're supposed to talk to the Queen, and instead of talking with the Queen, we can just jump over this guard that's supposed to tell us to go back and talk with her. We can just do some, just bounce on his head for a second. We can also skate along this railing right here. We'll see if it works. Almost worked. You can kind of get on top of the railing, and Yano kind of goes sideways a little bit, but we kind of got it. It was close enough. But the save we made will be very important, but the bad part about the fact that we have to make a save is that there's only one save you can make this per file, I guess. So as we're doing this, we are not able to make any safety saves anywhere, so we need to not make any mistakes. Or they'll be not happy with me, probably. So we did some more key boosting up that ramp, so we had to do some special stuff to do that. So we sequence broke a key out really briefly there, but we're just going to use it here. So when you load into a load zone, dashing is usually only a couple frames faster than walking normally. But if you dash right as a load zone ends, the slower part of the animation doesn't play, which is really important for this section. But you're supposed to use a box to block all these bullets that are coming across here. But instead of doing that, if you dash at just the right time, you can avoid taking damage. Now, unfortunately, you don't have a key because you can use it to do a little key boost here. Instead, we have this fun skip, which can take 1 try, or it can take 3. Could take 4, maybe. 4, okay, 4 sounds good. We're fine with that. That's all right. Not good marathon luck yet. Maybe it's holding out for later. So this empty bucket can't weigh down that pressure plate, but if you stick Yano's head inside of it, there's 2 different things pushing it down at the same time, and the game doesn't know how to handle that. So when Yano's head leaves the inside of the bucket, it just stays pressed. So we can just leave without filling that with water. So this is the part where our health is kind of important. I'm gonna play this a little safe. We're gonna stick our head in a tree over here. Just gonna hide here. If you can't see things, they can't hurt you. See? Everything's fine. So we'll grab the health there as well.
So bullets.
Enemies in this game are pretty simple. They're see thing, bonk it.
So for people that don't know this game or this run, you know, what sets this run apart from the regular any % major skips category?
So any %, you end up, there's a train station that lets you go to different areas you've unlocked, and you do a skip using that train station to avoid doing any of the stuff we're doing right now. It's a 2-minute long run, but you don't get to see cool stuff like that, like using skulls to boost over 2 gates that you're supposed to do. So this is Thunder Garden. There's a whole crypt section, there's a boss, there's a bunch of light puzzles. It's pretty cool, but we don't really have time for that, so we're gonna stick our head inside of these flowers. And there we go. That's the entirety of Thunder Garden. This is Acorn Woods. It leads to the robot area, which is a whole long dungeon. It's got its own boss as well. And then you're supposed to come back here after you finish it, and it lets you go to Woolly Mountain. But instead of doing that, we can do something cool called a tilt. And tilting is when you are partially on a ramp and you don't move after you start dashing, and Yana will start to get tilted. And eventually we'll just leap over the gate. Avoiding having to do any of the stuff mentioned before. And Savade has done a lot of work with tilts and a lot of other stuff like this. Skip right here, very cool. Letting you get up here. Oop, we'll do it again. You know, why not? Show it off twice, it's pretty cool. Oop, show it off 3 times, why not? There we go. So you have to kind of do a little bit of, ooh, okay. Yano's misbehaving, that's unfortunate. I don't know why Yano's going straight up there. Yano's rebelling. There we go, cool. And then we can just do some You have to walk with confidence. You have to have confidence when you're going across that gap or it doesn't work. And that lets us skip doing a whole lot of block pushing. You're actually supposed to melt a lot of snowmen, but we're not really here to do that. We don't want to melt any snowmen. So this run has 0 melted snowmen during it, which is something we're pretty proud of. So if you enjoy snowman, this is the run for you. So we're gonna do another tilt here. This one's a little bit less consistent than the other one, but it's fun because Yano just leaps right over. If you get too close to the chili peppers, it spawns enemies. So we're just gonna do a very small circle around it and then dash through this bush to get through. We used to use a key here, but my girlfriend found a skip of you just dash over that. That's the entire skip. We used to use a key to boost over it, but why not? And this is even easier. You don't even have to dash over it. You just walk towards it and you just go over this half slab. But we're gonna outdo that with this next skip. We don't need a pot. We don't need to dash at all. We're just gonna kind of walk towards it. There we go. And we're over another gate. So this skip here is actually decently challenging because we're gonna fall off this edge, and as we fall off the edge, we have to flick our camera and dash it just before you start. Once you fall too much off the edge, you're not able to keep going, or you're not able to input a dash. So you have to dash right as you're falling off. It's very easy to mess that up a few times. So this is the queen. She's upset with us because we didn't talk with her, so she sends us to jail after this very cute cutscene. Unfortunately, this jail is very easy to break out of. And the Queen's Dungeon is great because there's new enemies here, and these new enemies, when you defeat them and you knock them out, they stay, usually they disappear in a bunch of smoke, but they actually just kind of take a nap on the ground, and it's great because we can use the guard right here. Oop, never mind. Ooh, can I have the key back, please? Thank you. We can actually use this guard here to walk on top of him, to get on top of the barrel, to get the key into this place right here, to wiggle in here, to go on the out-of-bounds seam, to walk across the out-of-bounds seam, and go around the gate. So now we sequence break key out. And if you remember from before when we sequence broke keys out, some fun stuff happened, and Queen's Dungeon has probably the wildest stuff in general with the run, so it's gonna be fun times once we get past these few rooms right here. So, like before, there's supposed to be a key that spawns there, but because we entered the room with a key, it did not. So we're gonna do another magic trick. We're gonna leave the room and come back, and not only is the key gonna be there, but the puzzle actually resets itself, so the door is open, so we can just walk there and get the key and leave. So this is a skip that Savade found as well. What we're gonna do is, if you hit a guard before their animation activates, they just start ice skating around like this. Their animation breaks, and they just do this. And you can stick them in the corner and pop them up like that. So this skip is extremely complicated, but I will just say, when you gain a lot of velocity and you go past the bounds of the ceiling, the game tries to place you back down, but it doesn't get rid of your velocity. So if we wedge ourselves in a corner and we get a bunch of velocity, Yano goes to space and then just leaves the room. That's pretty much it. We're gonna do another key boost here because we kept our key with us. This might be a good time for a couple donations before we get to the end of the game.
All right. Let's take $10 here from Jesse. Elephant emoji. I've also got Moose Lampa here with $25. Yono Pog. Good luck, bullets.
Moose has done a lot of very good work with the game. Moose was part of Moose and Savade found the skip that we did in Hedgehog Forest. So we still have our key, but we're gonna have to use it here. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to part ways with our key, but by parting ways with our key and using how we're supposed to, we're gonna do some wild stuff. So first things first, we're gonna put this guard in this corner here, and we're gonna just shuffle to the side a little bit and dash, and Yana will gain flight once more and launch over all our problems. This one's a little bit more finicky, but if you dash at the right time, Yano gets launched right to the end of the puzzle. If you dash in the right way, you can also clip inside of the fence there, and it's silly, but not super helpful. It saves a tiny bit of time. And now we have the final skip before I have to start explaining a bunch of save warping strangeness. But what's happening here is we have to do a very precise setup. And if we precisely put ourselves, I'm lining part of Yano's foot up with something, If we do it just right, Yano tries to use the water bucket, but gets clipped inside of it and gets forced out, and gets launched into the out of bounds seam. So I can't even explain why this box goes through this gate. I honestly don't know, but we're able to use that to skip a couple rooms. But anyways, so we have save warping coming up, and save warping is, so we have a boss fight coming up ahead, and there's a little cutscene beforehand. But when the boss's cutscene starts, you know, like normal, the game's just like, hey, since you've started the boss cutscene, the only way out of here is to finish the boss, which is good for us because when we load the save that we made earlier, an NPC spawns where we made the save, and that NPC is necessary to talk to make the portal to the end of the game spawn. So the game thinks we're in a post-boss state, and we load a location where the NPC we need to talk to is. So we trick the game into not having us fight the final boss, and instead we gotta walk all the way over here. I need to take a breath. Okay, so that's save warping, and that is the end of the run. We have a little cutscene that's gonna come up here, but I do wanna do some shout outs while this is going on. Thank you, Nicholas Holland, for making this lovely game and also being really cool about speedrunning and just general like laughing along with us for like the silly stuff we find. Thank you, PLP and Beef, for making the run what it is today. Thank you, Sneaky, for his amazing runs. Thank you, Savade and Vis and Moose Lampa for their glitch hunting and bringing some new energy into the game and just their general just new eyes on the game. Thank you, Kinnan, for introducing me to Yano. Thank you, Zik, for staying up to do this with me. Thank you to the entire Yano community. That's time, by the way. I have one more shout out. Thank you to my girlfriend who stays up late at night, helping me find silly tricks in this game and just being generally really supportive. And I'm just really blessed to have her in my life. So thank you guys for letting me showcase this and letting me showcase the hard work that the whole community has put into this. And best of luck to the Alien Isolation runner for their run coming up right after this.
Awesome. Thank you, Bullets, for that run. That was adorable. I'm gonna have to get that game. That's on the list now. That is a thing that is going to happen. And speaking of things happening, we have a lot of things happening here. This is still Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online, powered by Twitch. Let's catch up on a couple of donations here. We had $100 come in from Craycraw. No comment on that, but thank you so much. We also had $25 from Crocodile. Yono is the adorable story of an elephant who refuses to do the puzzles in his own game and forces his way out of bounds with brute force. I mean, yeah, that tracks to what we saw on screen. All right. We are going to do a Twitch ad real quick. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And we are back. Once again, this is Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online. I am Mr. Game and Shout, and I am just about done hanging out with you here. Let's go ahead and see if we can't get a couple more donations real quick. We got a $50 donation here from Sir Hides a Lot. I've been enjoying these runs for a long while now, and I'm finally able to throw some money at it. GG, everybody. Hey, thank you so much for that donation, and thank you everyone for your support and your donations so far. God, it feels good to be back at GDQ. I also have a $50 anonymous donation. Games done quick is great. Helping people selflessly. Keep up the good work. Oh yeah, haikus are still happening. I gotta be honest, I declared myself Team Limerick earlier, but these haikus, y'all are killing it. We have a $100 donation from DDR Coder. I'm delighted SGDQ is still on. I needed this. I feel that. All right, y'all. That is going to be it for me for tonight or this morning or whenever we are. Thank you so much for joining and tuning in for these awesome runs. I'll be coming back with you here in a few days for a run I'm looking forward to, a little thing called Doom Eternal. It's going to be great. Coming up after I'm back, you will be in the hands of the one, the only, the Kyle Thomas. But before then, I think we're going to have one more little check-in with everyone's favorite prize man coming to us live once again from the prize parlor. Again, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with us this morning, and I will be seeing you all in the future. Sint, the floor is yours, my friend.
Everyone, and welcome back to Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online. My name is Sent, and I just want to tell you all about some of the amazing prizes that you all can win by donating before the end of Alien Isolation tonight. Now, Alien Isolation is coming up real quick on the schedule, so make sure to get those donations in as soon as you can. Let's just start talking about some of the great prizes we have available for you. So, from our friend Puzzle P, for I believe a $10 minimum donation, we have this absolutely beautiful Grim Child painting. I love Puzzle Piece style. Again, it just reminds me of like that elevated doodle style that you would do in high school, but you know, taken to a different level artistically. Super cool. Again, if you haven't played the Grim Troop Hollow Knight, you really should. Great expansion. This is a great painting. Again, I believe a $10 minimum if you want to get in on winning that painting. Now from Emre, we have a pair of beautiful Hollow Knight amigurumi figures. Of course, we have the knight himself along with his traditional nail. And we have Hornet along with her nail attached to a nice long string. Super cool set, super cool medium to work with. I believe they are $15 minimum donation and they come as a pair. So you can set Hollow Knight and Hornet up in your living room and enjoy them at your own leisure. Now from our friends over at Fangamer, we have this absolutely amazing Hollow Knight Collector's Edition as it tries to slide out of the case there on me. It's available in your choice of Switch, PS4, or PC release, so it doesn't matter what platform you have or want the game on, we can make sure that happens. It's got all kinds of great stuff in it. I believe it's got like a custom brooch that replicates the old Kingdom brooch in the game, as well as I believe there's a hand-drawn map in there and plenty of other great stuff. $15 minimum donation again from now until the end of Alien Isolation, so make sure to get those donations in. Let's set that aside real quick. Talk about a couple of beautiful prints from our friends over at Studio Pinpin. We have one depicting the Grim Troop arriving in Hollow Nest, as well as one picturing the Hive Knight fight. If you caught the Hollow Knight run a little earlier tonight, you didn't see the Hive Knight fight. But if you've played Hollow Knight, you know that that fight is fairly difficult. And these are super cool prints. They are wide prints. They look great. And again, $5 minimum donation to possibly win these. What more could you ask for? Also from our friends over at Studio Pen for a $10 minimum donation, we have this lovely Hollow Knight playmat. Look at this playmat. It is a full-sized playmat, and it's absolutely beautiful. Depicts Hollow Knight at one of the stations. I think this actually might be a Queen station. I think I was close last time. Memory's a little fuzzy on the game. It's been a year or two, but definitely beautiful art style, beautiful location, and it's a functional playmat. You can play cards on it. You can put your mouse on it. You can use it as a mouse pad. You could, use it as a nice TV dinner tray for when you're eating on your strange pink chair. What more could you want? From our friend Vats of Goop, we have this pair of absolutely beautiful Hollow Knight prints, finished with a little holographic finish here. I'll move them back and forth in front of the lights so you get a little bit of that effect. Trust me, it's much more resonant in person. These are super cool. The pair comes together and they're a $20 minimum donation. You want them, you gotta donate for them. That's what you gotta do. And now, one thing that I'm not gonna be able to show you very well from sitting in this position is we have from Unlovable an absolutely amazing Hollow Knight Old Nail Charm. You have to head over to GamesDoneQuick.com, check out the tracker. It has some beautiful pictures of it. It is so nice. Like, I pulled it out of the box and I just went, whoa, hold on. This is beautiful. It looks great, and you definitely want it. I believe it's a $25 minimum donation from now until the end of that Alien Isolation run. And while I might not know whose bass that is, I certainly know whose bass this is. Okay, that joke doesn't work. This is a guitar, but it could be a bass if you win the grand prize, which is, of course, a custom replica from our friends over at Heroic Replicas. And pick one of the many options. This is one of them. Beautiful Zora guitar, but it's also available as a bass. It's a functioning electric guitar or bass. It's super cool. You can choose your color on the finish. The winner at AGDQ got it in bone white, and you can see some pictures of that actually in the tracker. It looks so good. And hey, while you're over at the tracker, why don't you check out all of the upcoming speedruns we have in the event and all of the upcoming amazing incentives you can put your donations towards, because you don't have to put your donations towards prizes. All you gotta do is donate. And while you guys go over there and check that out, let's put it back up to the front as we get ready for the next run in the marathon, which I believe should be that Alien Isolation run.
Hello everybody, it's me, the Kyle Thomas, here to guide you through a completely innocent tour of an unsuspecting spaceship with nothing to happen. It's good to be here. We're gonna take you over to a Twitch ad real quick. Stick around and I'll be right back. All right, hello everybody. Welcome to Summer Games Done Quick 2020 Online, powered by Twitch. Coming out of that Celestial Elephant run, keeping it space themed with more weird creatures in space. We've got a bunch of donations coming in. Thank you all so much for your generosity. Got one from Shark Tato with $100. Says, longtime watcher, first-time donator. Watching with my little sister and letting her choose the incentive. Looks like she wants to make the Twilight Princess file name bid war a little bit closer. Good luck to all the runners. GDQ hype from the both of us. Thank you, Shark Tato. We appreciate it. Got another donation here from Roland98 for $15. Awesome event so far. Hope all the runners have fun this week. I tell you what, up to this point, it's been a lot of fun, and I can only assume it's going to continue. Make sure you're getting those donations in. We mentioned some bid wars. We've got a bunch coming up. The big one to hit is our next bonus game, which is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Sitting at just shy of 9,000, heading for 40. So get your donations in for that or any of the other things. We've got costume choices, we've got names, we've got endings. When you're making those donations, make sure you're picking those incentives. And also, make sure you're getting those prizes. Who doesn't want to send you something? Got a donation here from Image End for 15. Always glad to be able to donate when GDQ rolls around, and I'm glad to be able to do so this year given current circumstances. Put this towards the next bonus game, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because you can never have enough speedruns. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Let's keep this as long as possible. I also see that we're sitting in the 230-something thousand range, 237,850. You know, I'm going to ask a little favor here. I'm going to ask the night crew, all you night watchers, all you other time zone watchers. Let's see if we can't hit 250 during this alien run. Huh? We can do that. I have my faith in everyone here. Oh, we're continuing on the haiku train with a haiku from Thawed, who donates $100 and says, a haiku. Donated a hundo. Let's play Mario Kart 8. Maybe read on stream? Thawed, you did it. You did it. It was confirmed to be read on stream. And just a little reminder here, everything that you're donating is going to Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders is an international medical humanitarian aid organization that works in over 70 countries around the world, providing life-saving medical humanitarian care and speaking out about what they see in those areas. Their work aids people based solely on need, irrespective of race, religion, gender, or political affiliation. MSF is committed to safeguarding their patients' right to autonomy, confidentiality, and informed consent. 90% of their staff is national, meaning they live locally and are from the country that they work in. MSF relies mainly on the generosity of individual donors, with over 90% of MSF's income coming from private donors giving small amounts. It's an amazing cause, especially during these times. And you know who they're talking about in that? They're talking about every single person here. All of your donations for that are what they're saying is that 90% of income. So be proud of yourselves. You're helping make all of this wonderful stuff happen. Oh, we've got the alien isolation donations starting to come in here. Maxwell gives $25 with an alien isolation haiku. Crawling through dark vents. A strange noise is heard nearby. Save the frames and hide. Maxwell, thank you so much for that haiku. We've had a bit of a haiku versus limerick off. All us hosts chatting in the background and all your donations coming in. Myself, I'm a limerick guy. So if you want to donate with some limericks, I'm ready to read them. If you want to donate with haikus, or heck, if you want to go crazy and get a sonnet, maybe you can fit all those lines in there. I'm not sure. Maybe spread it out over a few donations. Just Google some poetry forms. Let's see what we can get. Let's get weird. We've got a few hours, and if anything is weird, it's Alien Isolation. That H.R. Giger art, that xenomorph is one of the weirdest. Let's get some stuff dedicated to Ol' Stompy. Got another donation here from Logie for $40. They say it's my favorite time of year. Thank you guys for working so hard to make this work. My year would have felt different without SGDQ. Speaking from the heart, Logie, I feel the same way. I block these out on my calendar the day they are announced. Got My Hero Zero coming in with $25, saying showing some love to the Quest 64 run later. That's coming up. So many great runs breaching in this Tuesday. Blue Light, $25. Yay, SGDQ. Good luck, runners. Alien Isolation hype. Speaking of Alien Isolation hype, we're going to take it over to Drex with Alien Isolation. Take it away, my friend.
If you guys can hear me, hello. My name is Drex. It is so great to be here today. I'm joined by my friends Knowles and Nico Hart. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, man. Right, so hi, I'm Nico Hart. I'm a speedrunner for Alien Isolation well, most commonly known for the crouch clipping speedruns and also speedrunning on a steering wheel. Knowles?
Hey everyone, I'm Knowles. I'm an Alien Isolation speedrunner. I run AM no CC just like Dre. I also do CC only in 100%. We'll explain what CC means after a short bit here.
Heck yeah. So I think a quick category description is necessary because, as you might have seen on the preview, there's a lot of different aspects to this category. So we're running Alien Isolation, which is a survival horror game. A lot of you guys probably know it. But if you don't, the gist of it is we're trapped on a space station with lots of threats and we don't want to die. There's a story to go along with it too, but we'll get to that when it's more relevant. I am running no CC glitch tech. Now, it doesn't mean no closed captioning. It means no crouch clipping. Which is a glitch where you bind your scroll wheel to crouch and you hug doors really closely and disappear through them. It completely breaks the game. So instead, I'm doing all the glitches except for that one. And you can... Oh, geez, man, I'm losing my train of thought. And so, yeah, we'll do all kinds of fun stuff. It'll force us to play through the entire game with a couple exceptions. That should be a good time. Let's see here. We're also doing Nightmare difficulty, which is Alien Isolation's hardest difficulty. In fact, the game wasn't even released with Nightmare difficulty, so it's pretty nice. But including the obvious, right, the AI is a lot more sensitive and weapons do a lot more damage. But as well, we get the least loot. We use... I'm forgetting something, dude. As soon as the spotlight's on, I just forget what my category is.
The xenomorphs are at their highest difficulty. Basically, the xenomorphs can actually learn a bit more about where your positioning is and the sound. It can get very, very feisty. The androids are more fierce. The humans are more fierce. Damage is more intense. It's a nightmare. Get it?
I just remembered, we don't get any HUD, so you have no idea how much health you have, unless you can't heal, so you have full health, or you're dead and you have no health. So the run, we actually have to memorize how much health we have for the most part, and it's pretty hectic. You get no map, but we don't really need that. And there's one other thing too, but we'll get to that when it makes a little more sense. So I won't keep you guys waiting anymore. I know this is hype. I know it's pretty late in the day too. So yeah, let's get to this. So we're gonna start game Nightmare. It gives us a couple prompts to warn us that Nightmare is scary. So we're gonna skip a couple cutscenes here, and time starts as soon as the loading wheel disappears. I will attempt to count it down, but let's see. Cutscene 1 and cutscene 2. All right, I'm gonna guess about 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, dude, right on. There we go.
Good luck, my dude.
Good luck.
Oh man, so yeah, we're starting as Amanda Ripley. We're on the Torrens, and we are on a mission to find our mother who went missing. If you know the original Alien movie, this game pulls a lot from it. We're trying to figure out what happened to her, so we're going to Sevastopol Station, which we'll soon see is falling apart. All right, we got to sign in here. Oh man, I'm gonna do a quick trick to grab a bit of loot. You might not even seen it pass by the screen. That's just how fast we are, because you know we like gaming in this this town. Oh man, so the first thing we gotta do, other than the second thing, is get dressed. Unfortunately, this is a required quest. It's a huge bummer it's required too, because I think you'd be a lot more aerodynamic if you ran naked. Just saying, you know, we're about every possible second you can save, like, you know. Oh man, so I love this game though, and again, it is such an honor to be here at GDQ today. I can't thank you guys enough for having me. All right, so we gotta talk to our crew now. We're gonna walk into Samuel's and walk away. Oh well, pressure's getting to me. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's never happened before.
Count one. Count one.
I genuinely, I have never walked into the room and then only. That was weird. It's all right, you know. That's what happens. Oh man, now we're gonna talk to Taylor as well, doing the same thing. And so what this does is our friends are actually talking while we're gone. So we're gonna start the conversation between each other, and they'll keep talking, and then we'll get back and finish up the dialogue. And yeah, we gotta wait for a bit of an audio cue, but yeah. Oh man. So here we are on Samuel's. Samuel's is our Android friend, by the way. I gotta wait right here.
Oh, and just for some information, we are running the game in Italian to save some time.
Yep. So you may hear they're not speaking English, and as I mentioned, the game kind of has quests or objectives you have to complete, and so some of those are dependent on when the dialogue finishes. And so, as you can imagine, the faster that the dialogue completes, the faster we get to the next quest, which saves about 30 seconds over the course of the entire run. You know, a 3-hour run, every 30 seconds matters. Now, that's a bummer and not a great sign. That box was empty. Nightmare has the worst loot, but it seems like some runs you get pretty decent loot, or runs you get no loot at all. So now we're gonna wait for Samuel's here. I'm gonna walk back to Samuel's here, I should say. We have to hold the door open because again, he doesn't know we're speed running, so we gotta help him out a little bit.
Doors are tough after all.
I see a couple messages in the chat too. Yeah, I've learned more Italian from this game than I'd like to admit. Specifically Italian non-PG words. It's cracks me up every time. Oh man. All right, so now we're gonna wait in the briefing room, and I'm gonna drop it over to Nico to explain the cutscene we're about to skip.
Right, so what's going to happen here is that after the briefing, we're going to start making our way over to Sevastopol, because the reason that we're going over there is that there is a flight recorder that could ascertain to our mother's location. So we're trying to go over to there, trying to figure out what's going on. But as soon as we start making our way over, asteroids and meteoroids cut the EVA line that is tethered between us. We all go spiraling into space. We luckily land within one of the airlocks of Sevastopol, and we can continue on our merry little way.
Heck yeah, dude. Fantastic description there. Yeah, so we just finished mission 1. The game is divided into 19 missions, and not only do these make perfect split timings, by the way, but each mission's kind of notorious for its own thing. So this here mission 2 is kind of a tutorial mission, so it's a little bit slow. But we still have a chance to introduce a lot of cool different features in the run. Oh man, so I gotta take the spacesuit off, you know, slows us down a little bit as well. I can't run in a spacesuit, which is unfortunate, as you'll see in later missions as well. I can move while the screen is dark. There we go. I almost had that door right on. So yeah, we're on Sevastopol now, and this station is absolutely in a disarray. It's completely falling apart, as you can see from that gas blast right there. It's just things in disarray. So what we have is, as you guys probably can guess, there's an alien or a xenomorph on the station, but more notoriously known to us speedrunners as Steve. Steve is kind of our friend, but not really. But because of that, we have androids going crazy thanks to their AI leader, as well as some humans that have gone crazy and are in hostile looting groups, and we're gonna fall right here. The reason this fall is important is because it does 280 over 1,000 damage, leaving us at 72. Again, you gotta remember these numbers, so I have 720 health left. Not 72, what? 72, that'd be a little bit more stressful.
So that damage is actually scripted full damage, by the way.
It is, yeah, you always take 28 or 280. There's a flare right there, that always spawns there, thankfully. That helps us out quite a bit.
Yeah, luckily for...
See, that's the name, yeah.
Luckily for us, flares spawn in pretty good spots on Mission 2, because we're going to use them later
Mission 2 hands us flares, yeah. Oh, man. And so we get sometimes loot up here. Come on, don't be scrap. Oh, that's scrap. All right, I'm gonna take it anyway. Energy drink for this. I gotta stop looking at chat. I'm sorry, I'm cheating. Oh man. But anyway, so yeah, because of these Xenomorph, people have gone insane. So we have all kinds of threats. Now, if you've ever played this game before, you may notice I'm activating this lever much faster. It's because I'm able to double bind my use key to my scroll wheel, and the game drops far fewer mouse inputs. Oh, getting ahead of myself here. So usually you get a med kit here, but we're gonna skip it. Blueprints respawn if you miss them. Come on. Oh, we got bad RNG. That's all right. If you're lucky, you don't take a shock there. If you do get shocked, it does 21 damage, 210 damage, so we're down to 51. 510. I'm sorry, we usually say percent, so I'm misstating my numbers here. All right, and yeah, now off to our left, I'm the tour guide now. We have the Taurans flying way too close to Sevastopol. Oh man, Verlaine is lucky there's no flight police or something, because that's very dangerous, I imagine. Oh, look at that, dude. That's just right there. I guess that's for dramatic effect. I don't know. She wants to flex on us, you know. This game is full of like the most important thing in this run is about the flexes. Anyway, so we got another generator over here and a flare on the pool table. We're gonna grab it on the way back around. I love chat. Like, community is genuinely what makes this the best. Oh man, now we're gonna hop down here. So that flare is useful because the strategy we're gonna use a bit later on, we need 2 flares for in mission 2, and it gives us 2 all the time, which is nice. Now, we need flares for a couple other strategies later on too, so we need to wish for the best of luck that we get those flares. All right, I'm gonna hop out of this vent here. We're coming up to meeting our friend Axel for the first time. Now he's just gonna run across. I like to say that how quickly Axel runs is dependent on how badly he needs to use the bathroom, which is completely dependent on RNG. The reason that's important is that we can't run. We'll be stuck walking until he runs across. So Axel, if he doesn't need to use the bathroom, dude, he can cost you 5 to 10 seconds sometimes. It's a little tragic. So let's hope here. He's gonna appear right around this box. Nice. Okay, he really had to go today, dude.
So we're actually coming up on something really cool here. This is a reference to the Alien movies. So if you know Jonesy the cat, you can actually hear it when Dre gets to the generator. Unfortunately, we're not going to spend much time there, but you can hear the cat there if you want to hear little Jonesy.
Yep, he should have just went off a bit ago. Sometimes he's quiet. Oh man. All right, so we're going to do another cool trick coming up. I'm going to intentionally soft lock the game, and you're like, probably like, this guy's nuts, dude. This run is nuts. We're gonna intentionally stop the game. We need a tool called the maintenance jack, which we use for a couple different things on the run. It is behind a grate, but we're supposed to have a fancy animation to pick up. Now, if we look at it just right, we're gonna be able to pick it up and skip the animation, but it messes up our camera. Come on, there we are. Not quite a 1 cycle, but not too bad either way. Doing this saves about 45 seconds, but if you notice, I'm moving my head camera left and right. Can't move it at all, I'm stuck looking this way. So, you know, we might want to fix this. Fortunately, there's our friend the locker. This is the only locker we use in the run, though. We don't touch them otherwise. They're actually particularly deadly a nightmare. As soon as the Xenomorph learns, because... I'm getting ahead of myself now. All right, so we just met our friend Axel in that cutscene, not too crazy. I'm going to drop it back over to Nico. We have a good opportunity now while we wait to explain one of the biggest glitches we'll be using in the run. So, Nico...
yes, absolutely.
Your turn, my friend.
So, this technique that we'll be using is a major glitch, which is allowed in the no-CC run. This is called Psycho running. Well, what Psycho running is basically is silent running, sorry. So to perform this, what you need to do is you need to hold forward and right, and then you need to hold sprint and tap crouch every half a second. It can be either half a second or a little bit more frequently. So what happens is that it's going to cause a silent step as you're running, and so the more continuously that you do this silent step, just basically you're completely silent as you run past the xenomorphs, the androids, the humans. You can just run by them, no problem, no worries. They won't even know where you are. It's amazing. And the reason that it's called Psycho running is because Psycho Hypnotic is the one who discovered it, who is a prominent speedrunner within the community.
Heck yeah, dude. We're gonna do a cool little trick here, discovered by my friend Vanos, that allows you to skip waiting for Axel to hop in the elevator. And if we get it just right, boom, we get instant butt. It's always a good time. So Axel's going to explain to us real quickly why people are going crazy. What a bit ago, there's Un Monstro on the station. As you can tell, that's my Italian right there. And that's why people are crazy. The cycle running, like Nico was mentioning, if you're curious on the technical aspect of how it works, is the game has a cool feature where it tries, you can't see because I have my field of view so high, but it tries to synchronize your feet hitting the ground with the actual sound you make. And by moving forward and strafing to the right while sprinting, you actually are doing an animation where you have about half a second without taking a footstep. Now, if you pair that with the fact the game has a toggle sprint, so if you press crouch while you're running, it just resets your animation. You can continuously reset your animation. Oh, we got run energy. I can show it off. So this is what it looks like. It's a little bouncy. It's a little weird, but, you know. We can continuously reset our animation and not make any noise. I'm going to quickly buy my items too. You can hover in the radial menu and press the respective number you want, and then you can access them just by pressing a number, which is also really useful. You know, speeds the key. Oh my gosh, I see friends in the chat, Toggle and Space, guys. It's so great to see you. Oh man. Sorry, calling out the OGs that have been watching me, supporting me so much as I've been trying to get this run into GDQ. I just have to thank them. Yeah, Kyle, we'll wait for Axel. We got a hot minute for a donation or two, if there's any.
Oh, there's plenty coming in for you, man.
Awesome.
We got 25 from Laser Crystal. First-time donator here had to put in a donation during my Mandrax's alien attempt. Here's to a smooth run, and donation goes to runner's choice.
Oh man, Laser, another OG.
And I've got one from Battle Mule for $25. Thanks to everyone in the background keeping everything up and running smoothly. It can't be an easy job this year. Well, thank you very much, Battle Mule. They are doing an awesome job.
Heck yeah. I think we can squeeze in one more as we go into Axel's den.
Yeah, you got it. Cecil donates $15. Night crew here, waking up at midnight to watch some Alien Isolation and staying for all the other games coming up. Hype for horror games.
Heck yeah, dude, all that hype. So we're gonna run ahead of Axel. There's a bonding gauge here, that's pretty nice. Grab flashlight buttons. We don't have a flashlight yet, but a fun fact is if you reload it, you have the flashlight anyway. You know, it's pretty nice. Now let's see here. We will have to wait for Axel's server hit, so I'm going to try to get this trash can into the vent. It doesn't do anything important except be really satisfying. Oh no, dude, my angle's all off. I'm not sure if I got it. Oh man. It looks like we didn't get the good trash can. That's alright, that's alright. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a quick reroute. I'm going to do a safety save here. There's like a 1 in 100 chance Axel dies with what we're about to do coming up. But if he does die, we have to do all mission 2 over again. So I'm just going to play it safe. There's me getting a flare without opening the radial. And yeah, so the devs make us stare at his butt for a while. That's why mission 2 is pretty slow. I guess Sega decided they did a really good job modeling it, and they wanted to see it a lot. Now I'm going to light this flare, which may be a little weird. Right, if flares are so valuable, why are we using it right now? It's worth it, I promise. So though Axel has, you know, they did a great job modeling him, it's still slow to appreciate. So we're gonna get a flare ready and we're gonna get the lineup just right. I'm about to do a trick called a plant clip, which I believe is discovered by our runner Cliffs. And it involves setting the item on the ground and then quickly activating a prompt you couldn't otherwise reach. All right, I got to get the timing just right when he puts his head the second time. There we go. And scroll, very nice. I almost never missed it, but man, I was so worried. The first time I show off Alien, I was gonna botch the plant clip. All right, so we got ahead of Axel. We broke the quest line a little bit. So this is where we need the second flare as well. We got some humans coming up. We've got to distract them. So as soon as I crouch down, there we go. This is supposed to be a cutscene. We can skip it. We're going to throw a flare through the vent and show off Psycho running to its finest. Now, hopefully their timing is RNG, of course. Nope, a little slow.
So, as you can see, like, the humans can't even hear Dre. We're pretty lucky that this 2-flare setup was found, because usually this is extremely difficult, and we used to have to reset almost every time at this part, but luckily, we found some strats, and now it works out perfectly.
All right, so we broke the quest line as well, so we have to stare at this door until Axel decides to teleport. Usually it takes 10 seconds, but every now and again, and we think it's hardware dependent, but we haven't really found out what, it'll teleport instantly, which is nice, but, and there he is, behind us. I think... I did, dude. We got a third flare. Yo, okay. So getting a third flare on Nightmare and Nightmare and Mission 2 is absolutely pog. You know I'm cool when I say emotes in my speech, right? Or maybe not cool. Oh man. All right, this scene sounds a little weird if you don't know what's happening, so take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, usually don't get a flare. If this were in a marathon, it would allow me to go for a really, really risky strat in the next mission, but we're gonna save it because again, the more flares we have, the better. Honestly, the more safe the run, the more flares we have. So, oh man. Man, I think the last time I got a third flare in mission 2 was like a month ago. That's crazy. All right, Axel, he was fast. There we go. Sometimes he likes to linger, even though there's people with guns following him. We got another cutscene here as well. The short summary of it is our front axle is no longer. He disappeared in that hole right there. Oh man, and yeah, we're gonna press this button here. As soon as we do, Steve or the alien becomes active, which gives me a perfect chance to describe alien activity states. So there's kind of 4 major states that we consider in the run. There is inactive, meaning whatever you do, however much noise you make, he's not a threat. He won't be anywhere near you. There's active, like he is right now, where he's not really looking for you, but if you make too much noise and you make him desperate for a hug or something, he will drop down. He will try to find you for a little bit. Then there's patrolling, which we won't see for a little while, but he will actively be listening for you as well as coming down and actively trying to find you. Now, thanks to Secura, patrolling's broken a little bit, but we'll get to that later. Finally, there are scripted events, which there's quite a few of in the run, and we can take really good advantage of those during the speed run as well. For example, he is scripted to drop if you take about 10 seconds or more to actually get into this tram. Now, fortunately, because we're speed running, we're gaming here, we'll get into this tram no problem. But oh man. All right, and just like that, that concludes mission 2.
We should have time for one donation, I believe.
You got it. Speaking of saying emotes out loud, Hoyd donates $30 saying, "So glad SGDQ is back. Good luck on the Alien Isolation run, and I'll donate another 20 if I can get some pogs in the chat." Get those pogs, get those pogs.
Hey, heck yeah, dude, all the pogs, let's get it. Oh man, so we're beginning mission 3, and we have a scene where a lady shoots a revolver randomly in the air. If I'm really lucky, it'll hit me. It's not supposed to. It's random, but because we're in a marathon, it seems like a higher chance it's gonna hit me. So we'll see. Fortunately, mission 3 has a save, so we're not gonna backtrack too far. But yeah, let's see. There she is, right there. Okay, nice, we're good. All right, and the goal of mission 3 is to get right to this door. So easy money, right? Just walk through. Unfortunately, no. The door is locked down with security, so we need to hack it. But of course, the hack tool's broken too, so we need quite the detour here. Oh man. Anyway, we're gonna run up the stairs here. This part is actually usually pretty difficult for the casual player. But thanks to Psych running and the fact we're moving fast, we can sneak around before the humans get into position, and without making any noise.
It's gotta go vroom vroom, dude.
Vroom vroom, my dude. Heck yeah, man. All right, we're gonna press, I missed the button. We're gonna press that button there. It's for a bug. If you listen here, there they go. The humans are scripted to open it when I get halfway down the stairs. Because the door was supposed to be locked or the script to open it, it kind of reverses the door's state. Oh, by the way, Steve's over there, but he's not a problem. It reverses the door's state, and then the door just gets stuck open, which is useful later because we would otherwise need to hack that one too. All right, we grab the revolver ourselves. Now, our revolver doesn't do nearly as much damage as the enemies, of course. It's just our luck, but the game helps us compensate with the shotgun later. All right, gonna grab the smoke bomb recipe there. Might not have seen it. I never once used a smoke bomb for the intended purpose in the run, but it is important for 1 or 2 clips. And Nico, I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, go ahead. We got some cutscene here.
I'm just trying to think about where we... Oh yeah, so what we're currently now at is the flight recorder that we have been trying to find this whole time, but unfortunately it's just not in a good state, as in it's completely corrupted. So we do get a little bit angry, we do get a little bit mad, we do bang our fists on
Can we get some Ripley rage in the chat? I wish that were remote. That needs to be an emote now. Oh man. Quick trick. I'm gonna grab the data cell right there. Usually you have to do 3 shelves, but thanks to the peak key, which breaks a lot of things in this game, we can reach over and just grab the second one. All right, Nico, go ahead and continue. Wanted to point out the glitch while it happened.
I'm just trying to. I'm a little bit of a delay. What's going on? Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, the delay is probably a bit tricky.
Oh right. So you just did the peak glitch there. So what you're doing there is you're holding shift and forward, and you're peeking just into the boxes, and as you're peeking, you actually do get an opportunity to be able to press the use key on that little prompt, so you can actually grab the data cell a lot earlier than you should be able to.
Heck yeah. So if you notice, I'm doing these hacks pretty fast too. I'll let you guys in on the speedrunner secret as the exclusive. You're catching the alien run here. All the symbols at the bottom of the tuner are always in the same location. All you got to do is memorize where they are, and then you just read left to right on the top, and you're good to go. The trickiest part is actually finding where the hack is. If you notice, I struggled a little with that one. Oh man, now we get a cutscene. Again, this is our boy Steve for anyone coming in. We get a nice view of Steve, just like, his full glory. We especially get the view of his tail, and I'm disappointed there's no Easter egg where you can like reach out and grab the tail, an alternate ending to the game. It'd be a much faster speed run, but I guess a missed opportunity.
Just give it a little tug, dude, see what happens.
Tug, yeah, dude. Show Steve you love him too. All right, so for the nature of the marathon, I got to do another safety save here. I usually wouldn't for if I'm going for world record or something.
So Dre's going to be psycho running here for a specific reason, even though the alien's technically not active down here. He's doing it to mess with the human RNG, and he's going to go over another glitch that we did earlier.
Yep. So the humans have a chance at spawning, or the humans and the alien all spawn in kind of different spots. It's random, and depending on which one the aliens, which one Steve is attacking first, can make this safe exit a really deadly exit. And it happens. It's right at the end of mission 3 too. So doing that save just so I have to redo mission 3 if we get the bad RNG. We'll see. So yeah, this door is stuck open here. Again, usually you'd have to hack it. And come on. No, we got the bad formation. I'm gonna do my risky backup strat, but it might not work. All right, gotta get down here. And now. I was too early. Dang it. He's really under. So backup strat, hide behind the corner. Try to anticipate as soon as he's gonna run for our other guy, but he never gives you any indication when he's gonna run. Sometimes he sprints, other times he waddles. It's just, man, dude.
So there's so many different strategies that can actually be performed here. There's like a smoke bomb strategy. There's just completely avoiding it, going all the way around. Depending on the kind of like safety of doing this section.
Get the bad formation again. All right, come on.
You got this, man.
Keep getting the bad formation. I hope I have enough time. Let's see here. Come on. Give me this good. Come on. There it goes. Nice! We're good!
Nice.
We're in! So mission 3 has a unique feature that nowhere else in the game. As soon as you pass the threshold of the elevator, he freezes for just a split second, which is just long enough to hit the elevator button. Ooh, that's... got the bad RNG twice in a row, but we compensated the second time. All right, mission 4 is the mission of androids now. Every android except for the super droids has a chance at spawning with a dance animation. We didn't get it here. Another thing from the Alien movie. It's pretty cool. It's really rare though, but yeah, it's important. Well, maybe not important, but it's a nice little Easter egg if you get it. Oh man.
Right, so what we're going to be doing now within the game is the main goal is that we're going to try to get to the communications so that we can try to communicate with the people that we went across over to Sevastopol with and see how they are, just catch up with them, little chit chats, and we've got a few things to do in between though.
Heck yeah. So we just picked up the motion tracker. There's actually only one spot other than right there that I actually use the motion tracker. I guess maybe 2 if you count listening to it, but I only whip it out once. We also get a second variation on door hacks, and it's even more RNG dependent. Not quite. It drops your inputs too, so if they're all right at the start, you actually can't get any benefit out of it, which is a little tragic.
Also, just a little thing behind the motion tracker, it's actually meant to find rats, but in the game. We can use it to find good old Steve.
Yeah, it's a bit of lore. Heck yeah. Oh man, so now we get a cutscene with Hughes here. I love that. Is this guy overclocked? Dude, I took a lot of caffeine. This run happened a bit later than I expected it would. Anyway, so the androids have an important feature. They need to be tickled every now and again. So there Hughes goes attempting to tickle, but unfortunately this guy hasn't had a proper tickle, and Hughes is just not doing it right. It does not end very well for our friend Hughes, unfortunately, as you'll see.
So just a big FYI with the androids, if they have red eyes, that means they are a bad. They are a bad.
Red bad. Oh man, red bad, and yeah, they haven't been kept up to date, dude. These androids require a lot of maintenance, you know. Now, fortunately, we have our untickle tool, and with 450 hours in this game, I'm pretty confident in my abilities here.
You have to be gentle with the tickle tool, you know. Just
Camera set off. It's okay. That happens sometimes. All it does, we can't get a box there, but yeah, if you set off the camera, the elevator opens before the android gets here anyway, so it's actually not a threat. It's a wholesome form of suggestions. I'm gonna see if I've got any. I do. Our loot's actually looking pretty good this run. Fingers crossed it stays that way. These first 8 missions, it's imperative we get a pretty nice set of loot. Now we have a bunch of grumpy androids up here too, so we're going to try to be careful here. Gonna psycho run past him. Okay, nice. He's just standing there. So I'm gonna run up ahead. And Nico, want to explain what the cutscene we're about to skip up here?
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier on that we are going to be communicating with some people. We are going to be talking with Samuels and Taylor. Now, Samuels is going to tell us that Taylor is injured and she's not doing quite well, and that we're going to need a med kit and some sort of like trauma kit basically in order to help her to not be in pain. So that's kind of like our next mission, is to go and find a trauma kit.
Heck yeah. So yeah, Samuels is sending a tram for us to medical. Now, that door was open, and that's actually glitched. Oh, he's here. This doesn't usually happen, so, okay, walking that way. Come on.
Count two.
And it does happen, just not usually. Now, we have another android here we need to pull from the elevator. I'm gonna turn on my flashlight and make a lot of noise. What I'm doing is the opposite of psycho running. It's a psycho hop. Ooh, that flick. That felt good, dude. The reason is he gets trapped in the elevator with us. Again, I'm at 510 out of 1,000 health. Half health, I should maybe say. And he does some extra damage to us if we get trapped in the elevator with him. So, yeah.
Psycho hopping is generating noise. Obviously, with psycho running, it is being silent. So, if we want to make the androids come towards us, we want to generate more noise. So we psycho hop to just like bang our feet on the floor rapidly, basically.
Heck yeah. So it works the same way as well. The only difference is that we're resetting our animation to an animation where we start with a footstep instead of half a second until a footstep. We're shaking the camera.
Honestly, I love the term that somebody put in Steam. It was like ninja running or something like that.
Yes.
I thought that was like a funny term
stepping.
for
I remember that, yeah.
So I think
the camera shaking you're seeing is probably my psycho running. Again, I have to press crouch, and so the rhythmic, I get in the zone. I press it a little hard. Nice. So I did the same trick, trying to pull a droid towards me as well. Oh, Steve's a little grumpy today, too. That does happen. I just, Oh, man. All right, let's see here. So we're still mission 4. We're going back down exactly where we were. Now that we know where we need to go. We found Samuels and Taylor. We didn't successfully connect to comms, but we're all right. Now, I'm psych running here because Steve is active here. Again, that means he's listening for us, but he's not looking for us. But he is still a threat despite no apparent ones. You can hear him thumping around up there, too, a little bit.
Get ready for a mega flex.
Oh, heck yeah, dude. So this run's all about flexing, right? Some doors in this game are really just suggestions. It's one of my favorite features. This one up ahead happens to be a suggestion.
This game's a suggestion. Come
on. There we go, dude. Nice and smooth. The reason we're coming back here is we have to wait for the tram for 1, and 2, a copy of Hughes is the same model with the same unfortunate fate. Always has a med kit on him. It's one of the guaranteed spawns, and it helps us out quite a bit.
That was a very, very smooth.
That was clean, dude. I can't deny that. That was
I
nice.
felt good. They don't usually go that well. That's what this has never happened before. But like, you know, the good kind.
Count 3.
Doors are just a suggestion.
I don't know. It's a good meme. It's a quality meme that I appreciate. All right, we're beginning mission 5 now. I gotta make sure I don't get behind him myself. So like I mentioned, our friend Samuels is an android. He has the same chance to do that dance as the other androids, and he's right in front of Dying Taylor. So on the chance he does that dance, it is said that the run is blessed because, you know, he's dancing in front of Dying Taylor. And unfortunately, we did not get it. That's all right. I don't know what the odds of it are. I think I've seen it a grand total of twice, so you know how it would be.
Should we take a donation?
Sure, I got one for you. We got $50 from Tagma the Fox.
Hey, Tagma!
Says, hello there, Dre. Tagma here. May your revolver shots be true and your minigames not green. Good luck with the rest of the run. We're cheering you on in the Discord. Much love to you, the GDQ staff, and Doctors Without Borders.
My homie Tagma. Another OG. Tagma deserves all the love.
Dre, this grabbed the blueprint from over the wall.
I was gonna mention that for sure. So just like some doors are suggestions, walls are suggestions as well. Some of them. So we reached and grabbed the pipe bomb V3, which we're not supposed to be able to get until mission 12. That said, you know, the way we're supposed to do mission 12 is slow anyway, so we might as well just grab a way for Coolman. By the way, Coolman is the name of the doctor we're about to meet. We'll see more Coolman coming up.
Remember that name, Coolman. That's all I can say.
Coolman. It's a good name. It's one of my favorites.
It really is.
Also, we'll get to the green mini games if you guys are curious too. That's another fun quirk.
So Coolman is basically going to be telling us that, like, you know, he's not going to be able to get the trauma kit in order, and he's going to get us to do the work for him, basically. So in the cutscene, that's going to come up very shortly. We're just going to be checking around, kind of like navigating what items we need to make if we can, and then getting ready to enter where there is a possible threat.
Possible.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. So the devs did a fantastic job. This is the first mission where the alien will instead be in the actively patrolling state. And I know our host Kyle is currently stuck in this mission too, so I'm very excited to show this strategy off.
I have died so many times.
Oh man, so we're gonna hack this door here. But anyway, because of that, it makes the strategy for this actually pretty easy. You gotta hack this door. Now I know the key code is I already know the key code's 1702. You just gotta convince the game you know it by showing the game, like by finding it.
All
You
the
know.
correct trigger points that you have to activate, basically.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
And he's gonna start dropping from this vent. I'm gonna take up my revolver to free up my camera again because it kind of forces my camera over there, just like that. And all right, it's so easy to choke this when the pressure's on. Yeah, there we go.
I know
you can type with a numpad, by the way.
I know it was good coding on Sega's part, but they do force objectives on us. If it didn't do that, we could actually just plant clip into an elevator to mission 6, but unfortunately Sega had big brains and they...
Alright, so we need a key card, and it's on our friend Morley here. He's not looking so hot, probably needs a day off, but nonetheless he has our key card, so we're gonna borrow it from him a little bit. And yeah, so you notice I ran that whole time? That's because Steve was still in his animation that whole time. We're finally psych running now because he's finally a bit of a threat, but even still, he's not very sensitive. So we teased out in mission 2. The AI learns in this game. Now, it doesn't technically have a full learning algorithm, but it does have a tree. All right, there's our boy Coolman again. We gotta wait for him, so I'm gonna grab some loot. But yeah, it does have a tree, and so as you do various things, the alien activates more nodes on this tree, and it gets smarter as it feels. It is also scripted to get smarter if you don't unlock it yourself as the run goes through. So Steve will get harder despite the fact you don't interact with him a ton. But we can compensate. All right, so we gotta wait for him here. Now Coolman's gonna do a little bit of a flinch, and as soon as he does, that begins his death animation. And you know, unfortunately we can't stick around and watch it, but all right, hope I don't soft lock. Oh, okay, not quite soft lock. So I have this weird glitch on my system where my FPS drops considerably. I gotta pause and resume. Yeah, so I can't move. I haven't figured out why. I'm the only person who's gotten this glitch so far.
So with Coolman being dead, now, I'm sure you could say that he's not a cool man any more. Hi.
Speaking of things being cold, we're starting mission 6. And mission 6 starts in the cryogenic freezer storage area, I guess. I don't think they store the freezers, but the cryogenic area. I gotta focus a little bit. Oh, heck. So we're gonna get pretty cool ourselves. Now, Steve is active here, so we have to be careful. I took a couple footsteps. Oh, this might not be good.
So I know that Dre is concentrating, so I'm just going to go over this really quickly. So this is
he dropped.
This is the most active. This is the most active spot for Steve to be in. Actually, he can hear our footsteps pretty clearly, so we can't actually make more than 1 or 2 footsteps here. And if you make a little tippity tap, you're gonna have bad things happen.
Yeah, so I just did that. I was just not moving smooth. But yeah, the other caveat of cycle running is if you turn too sharply left, you get a different animation. So what happens with that different animation is that you do take footsteps, and so you make noise, and Steve doesn't like the noise. So we have to make nice smooth turns. Come on. That door's held open too, which is actually pretty rare. It means Steve is right above the door. That's another fun fact too. We can tell where he is without seeing him. All right, come on. We're gonna open the rewire here, and we're gonna get some power to the vent. Yeah, so we did all this because we needed to open a vent.
So you entered the cool rooms to just open a vent.
Yeah, dude, we got cold just for the vent. Now I don't know exactly where the states change, but vaguely around the time we drop out of this vent, he will change from active to actively patrolling. That said, we move fast enough with our cycle running that we're usually okay. We're okay so we can usually afford a couple footsteps as well. So, all right, gonna do a peek. There we go. Nice.
So again, for mission 6, we want to be mostly silent. So again, the cycle running is so prominent for this mission.
It is, yeah. All right, we're gonna do one left turn really quickly here.
So when you turn left during cycle running,
right,
you actually do
here.
create a step, so that you have to be very, very careful with your left turns in cycle running.
Oh my gosh, I'm typing all the codes wrong. Yeah, to do 5 is a 5, and we got another RNG event similar to mission 3, so I gotta jump another marathon-approved safety save here. I'll wait for the key card to open up. Yeah, so there's 3 humans and they all have revolvers, so that means each one of them can individually one-shot me. And there's a